getting the first pick.
Oh, get three, Pyro, get three with the
Blade Kid putting on a clinic. Whole team's down. Oh!
Experience tranquility.
Hello, everyone, and we have gone pretty far in to the NACC, the North American Community Championship. You could say we started out with a veritable blizzard of players. Now we're down to just some flurries, as I can see you face palming. We're here with 4 teams left. That's right. We have 4Front Esports, Delirium, Paradise Tempest, and Quokka Queens left. Right now, we're going to see our bronze medal match between Paradise Tempest and Quokka Queens. We have seen these two teams face off. Well, actually, no, we haven't. What am I talking about? No, we have not seen these two teams face off yet, but it's a bit of a Trank rematch. Both these teams were in Tranquility. Of course, Paradise Tempest went over to Get Good, so we'll have to see if they'll be able to face someone from Tranquility. I'm K-Wing, and I'm here with Bowsy for the last time in NACC.
Yeah, we've had a really good schedule and a really good time through the North American Community Championship, but tonight we ended off with first our bronze place match, and then later we get to see Delirium versus 4Front Esports, which is going to be a very interesting match because those two teams, a lot of history behind them and how well they've done this tournament. But first, we have to decide a third place, and it's going to be between Quokka Queens and Paradise Tempest. The last time these two faced off was back in Tranquility, as you mentioned, back in the semifinals for the Discord tier, where Paradise Tempest, then known as Paradise Lost, took the 4-3 victory over Quokka Queens to go on to the finals for the Discord team. And that was a big upset at the time because Quokka Queens were the favorite to really take that championship. So we're going to have to see what Quokka Queens is going to be able to pull out here to try and get that revenge on Paradise Tempest. I mean, it's going to be interesting, really. We've seen a lot of teams, like, either get revenge taken on them or get revenge on Paradise Tempest in the NACC. So we'll see if Quokka Queens is able to fulfill that, as we're going to be heading into our first map here soon, which is going to be Busan. So we'll have to see what the decision is here from both of these teams as we're about to head into our first map.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about how both these teams have gotten here, I mean, they have had some hard times. I mean, for both of these teams, we're talking about road to get here. All of these teams have taken a long road to get here. Paradise Tempest have gone through Delirium, gone through Reminiscence, and faced 4Front Esports as well. And for Quokka Queens, they have gone through Mirage Alliance, 4Front Esports, and Delirium. So a lot of these teams have been going through so many different teams facing off to get even to this third place match. And we're going to see as the picks are coming in, and it's some interesting choices. Of course, we do have some time for the Switch. I don't think we're going to be seeing the Orisa Ball Bastion comp.
I mean, the last time I saw Paradise Tempest play here on Busan, it was the Ball Orisa composition. It wasn't the Bastion, but we'll see what they decide to pull out here as we're going to be getting in. That's what I'm more used to, Lars on the Ash. So we'll see what the plan is here for the side of Paradise Tempest running this Ball Orisa comp. On the side of Quokka Queens, the Hog Sigma composition, definitely interesting. Unfortunately, Quokka not going to be with their off tank Navino, and already Reborn is dead to the hands of Culture. So we'll see what the move is here from Quokka Queens. Not having Navino on the team means that they have to try and play some wacky strategies. We'll see if they're able to make it work against the team known for wacky strategies, which is Paradise Tempest.
Culture goes solo, is just able to keep it going as Reborn now on his Genji, switching off of the Doom Fist, goes in pretty hard, but is going to get hit by that gleam, by the beam from the Echo. Can't deflect that Reborn, and already hairstyles on the Hog. Kubo getting a lot of pressure come in. That Discord Orb is going to wreak havoc, even on a large health pool like Roadhog, and they're right by that edge, and that is a Wrecking Ball playground over there. Now Matson over on the flank, has some pressure on the Echo, gonna get the pick onto Neo. Now looking for another, finds Blanche with the headshot, turns this fight around. The point has gone now to Paradise Tempest, but it looks like
Reborn?
He's cleaning it up, and Reborn going to show their stripes as well.
Yeah, Quokka Queens played that really patiently, being able to exploit the sort of system that Paradise Tempest have going on here. Oh man, Neo gets that kill on Matson though, so now you're probably going to be seeing Paradise Tempest push in very fast there. You already see half the team pushing forward, so we'll see if Paradise Tempest is able to take this fight back and if Quokka Queens are able to hold. And you already see Culture on the floor.
Yeah, the pressure comes in on the point, but you do have the whole Hog here from Harry South. Using that E got them a lot of pressure. Now Matson back from spawn, looking for vengeance. But finds the hole, finds the pick two now for Matson. Gonna get picked off early, but comes back with a fiery vengeance. And the DPS here for Quokka Queens have just been deadly.
Yeah, I've said it before, but once again, we're seeing it's a mad Matson world out here right now with Matson on this Widowmaker. Doing a really good job, really just separating the parts of Paradise Tempest. It's really hard to get a lot of value with a Widowmaker because Widowmaker is not really damage reliant. It's mainly reliant on picks. Matson has done a really good job on getting those picks, so much so that he's forced Paradise Tempest to switch over to Tracer Sombra to try and counter it. So we'll see what the move is here, and there comes the blade from Reborn.
The Nano goes on to the Lucio! The Nano goes on to the Lucio!
Oh no.
They boostioed when they meant to Nano Blade. It's a disaster. It'll get them the fight win, but look at all those ults they use. They beat, they Nano, they Whole Hog, and they Flux. That's so many ults they use.
They used every ult in the bank with that failed Nano Blade. That has to hurt here for Quokka Queens. They pretty much have to fight this in a... Where is Matson? Okay, there's where he is. I was like, where did that shot come from? He's nowhere in sight, but Matson once again showing that this Widowmaker can work, but Harry Styles gets picked up by Culture. That's going to be the engage here from Paradise Tempest.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed there.
Oh, goodbye, Culture.
Oh, no. Sorth Khan making up, getting the redemption there for oh, be really careful there, Ira. You could get picked up by Matson. Now just a few more percent, but be taken to overtime. Neo is going to get resurrected. Monarch gets taken down. That could be the start of Paradise Tempest coming back here, but not if Reborn has anything to say about it. Getting all the picks, all the damage comes in onto the Mercy, onto the Bomber as well. One person left on this point, and it'll get taken down incredibly quickly. And it appears my neighbors in the outfit dorm are pretty excited about that as well.
Yeah, great move there from Quokka Queens, being able to just really rely on chaos. That is what they're relying on right now. Team play out the window. When you're playing against a team that strives off of chaos, you run chaos back, you run these quirky strategies, and you take advantage of it. And they did a really good job doing that. Obviously, some miscalculated ult usage, miscalculated stuff all across the board, but they still were able to bring it. Now heading over to Busan Sanctuary. Looks like Quokka Queens are going to be sticking on to this Hog Sigma composition. On the side of Paradise Tempest, looks like they're going to be running the Orisa Zarya. A very interesting composition. Allows for both a brawl and a spam type composition. Also, could just play into the hero pools. Magic Turtle might not be able to play a Reinhardt, so instead they're playing the Zarya and the Orisa. So we'll see what the move is here from Paradise Tempest, as the point is going to be advanced on right here. See what the move is here from both teams.
NACC has been proving themselves to be a force to be reckoned with on this Widowmaker. Neo comes in with the Torbjorn, gets hit with by Matson already. So this changes so much of how you play. When you have a Widowmaker, you're going to be looking for those shots and looking just to make sure that that doesn't happen, that Matson doesn't time out your off tank, and now you got the Sigma coming in the back line. The back line Sigma is Reborn's going to find another, Matson finds another, and all the pieces click for Quokka Queen.
Quokka Queen's doing a really good job just playing this like a spam composition like it's supposed to be. Making sure that Matson has those angles that he can just find and pick out anybody he needs. And if he's not picking out anybody, the rest of Quokka Queens is just staggering onto Paradise Tempest and taking advantage of the fight. So really, Quokka Queens are playing this composition really well and are basically breaking apart the spam style of Paradise Tempest. We will be seeing a full sale comp swap coming out here from Tempest. They're switching over to the Ana Zen for supports, Ball Diva for tanks, Tracer Echo for DPS. So we'll see if it makes any sort of impact on this team moving forward. But already Matson has this Infrasight online, and we'll see what the move is here from Tempest now that Matson does it.
Nearly takes down Neo there, just does not find the head, only finds the body. Switching it onto the dive fully with the express intent of countering Matson, it seems, as they find out where Matson is and immediately dive right on top of them. And it looks like it's working a little well, but Matson will find the pick on the Lars. Neo is going to go low. Reborn finds the pick onto the Wrecking Ball. Damage, but not enough to take down Magic Turtle here on the point. Reborn pops the blade. Will it be enough? Comes in onto the Zen. Enough. Does get the nano out. Iris stays alive. To a nano from Blink. Here comes the Flux. Here comes the beat. A lot of ult coming out from Quokka Queen here. Letting this point go. Zorkon, the Boostio comes out again. You know, the first time I thought that it was gonna be, that it was a mistake, but maybe they just think that Zorkon is ready to frag out. Zorkon did not frag out. He did not, sadly. Eventually the point does flip over now to Paradise Tempest. It took a lot of time.
Yeah, Tempest are pretty much playing a very staggered game right now. I think you said, like, oh, they want to play a full dive focused onto Matson. But here's the thing. When you have characters focusing on Matson on that Widowmaker, the rest of the team is behind Paradise Tempest, tearing them apart. Pretty much, they're distracting Paradise Tempest with this Widowmaker. Matson's not... It's not like Matson's doing bad. He's doing amazing right now on this Widow. But Paradise Tempest are distracted by it, and Quokka Queens are taking advantage of the distraction and being able to get these picks.
Lars is found two though. Harry Styles is low. Something on the Neo, but will get traded out. Lars has found 3 picks already and is not done yet. No siree. It eventually looks like it's just gonna be Quokka Queens having to run back and regroup here.
Yep, I think Quokka Queen's strategy finally has fallen apart. They need to start to regroup here. They will have Matson's Infrasight online here. And they will have some ults coming into this next fight. We'll see if they're able to use them efficiently. We've obviously talked about how they've done this Boostio strategy twice. I think now they're probably going to be saving it for the whole hog or the blade. QZ going to the backline with this Flux might be big. He got both supports with it.
Oh, gets both supports. Do they even have anything to substitute with? No, QZ just takes it with both supports. There goes your Ana, there goes your Zen. You have no Transcendence. What are you gonna do now? Says Reborn, pulling out the blade. Oh, Diva's trying to hide. Magic Turtle, you can't hide from Reborn. It's the Genji. His blade strikes true, and it'll win. Quokka Queens is pretty close so far. Unless anyone can get in to touch this point in 3 seconds, it looks like there will be a contestant culture. How long it'll last, I don't know. You get the nano, you get the transcendence. If you can't get anything here, all the ults coming out. They're using everything. Matson gets the nano. Reborn and Harry Styles at first ones to find the pick, and the ult support's gone again. Neo's going to use that duplicated whole hog, but it is just those tanks left over. Well, the 3 tanks now. Getting some flashbacks to Goats over here. But it just may not be enough. Neo will find 1 pick, but Is it going to be enough? Is the question. Harry Styles, Madsen, the Rubicon are gonna find those. Are gonna find those cleanup stagger picks, and it just won't be enough. And Quagga Queens will go up 1-0.
Yeah, Quokka Queens making use of that sort of quirky strategy, being able to bring it back for them. And honestly, a big move there and a good initiation from QZY. The flux all the way up top, going right for both supports who are in the exact same position. Like, that is a high-risk, high-reward play, and it works perfectly in favor for Quokka Queens. So now they go up 1-up in the series, winning here on Busan, which could be big if they're able to keep bringing it back. Obviously now, Paradise Tempest will get our next map choice, which is Escort. So we'll see what they decide to pick, but a strong start for Quokka Queens, despite the fact that they are missing their main off-tank player. Remember, Navino, who usually is their off-tank player, he is not here today, so they had to fill in some extra pieces. And so far, it's looking like it's working.
Yeah, of course, this match is first to 3. So it is best of 5. And it'll be the first one to get 3. So if we do go to a potential map 5, winning that first map could be the difference maker. Being on top at the start means that at some point now, if you're Quokka Queens, you know that Paradise Tempest is going to have to win on one of your map picks. No matter what it is, it will have to be one of your map picks, and they'll have to win it.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. As already some match replays, because it's just been such a phenomenal series. Madsen showing his skill there on the Widowmaker, and of course some extra plays from every other player. Really, Quokka Queens showing what they are able to do here on this match, and really also Paradise Tempest showing their mechanical skill. Like, how do these people hit some of these shots? Like,
that's the needle here. Look at that. That
nice.
That is just inches. That is like sewing needle levels of threading the needle. I don't even know.
Yeah.
That was just crazy from Madsen. Able to find that right perfect. And these guys are so skilled. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah.
It's such a good play.
I mean, this is the bronze level match. If this is how good the bronze skill, the people in the bronze tier match are in terms of skill, imagine how good the gold and silver matches are going to be. So it's been a good match thus far. We've seen a lot of good mechanical skill, and really, when Quokka Queens are in a position where they don't have their main shot caller, main team coordinator, it's good to have mechanical skill on the background. So that's what Quokka, I think, are starting to strive off of. Since they're missing Navino, they don't have that synergy anymore. But we'll see what they're able to do as we head into map number 2, which is our escort map. Paradise Tempest have chosen to go to Watchpoint Gibraltar, and this makes sense when you think about what Paradise Tempest excel in. The ball. They excel in the ball. They excel in the Wrecking Ball of the Winston. They mainly excel in mainly dive compositions, dive tanks, dive DPS, all this sort of stuff that they're able to do all that sort of stuff with. So we'll see if they're able to make this sort of impact coming in here. We will be seeing a sub in. Azukari is coming in for Magic Turtle, which means that they're most likely going to be playing that Winston Ball style. That is what they usually sub in Azukari for, especially when they have Culture still in that lineup. But we'll see. Anything can happen right now. And Paradise Tempest are showing that they are not willing to slouch around. They will try to win this.
Absolutely. I mean, Watchpoint Gibraltar, if you're thinking about that, is just it's the dive map. So it just makes sense. All of this stuff just works for Paradise Tempest. Coming into the dive map, it's going to be, this is the map that is going to give them the most advantage to equalize here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the chance for Paradise Tempest to maximize their input. So we'll see what they decide to do. QZY joking if he wants to off-roll, but that is not allowed, unfortunately, my friend. So please do not off-roll in this tournament. But we're going to be seeing the compositions come out here soon, and I mean, Quokka Queens, they're still deciding on their composition, but it looks like they're going to be committing to the Ana Brigitte here. Madsen still on that Widowmaker. I mean, I'm not going to complain. Matson Widowmaker was definitely powerful, so we'll see if it makes any sort of impact here. Most likely we're going to be seeing this double shield style with QZY on the Reinhardt, Harry Styles on the Orisa. And this is interesting. I feel like we've seen a sort of style like this on Quack Queens before, but I don't think I've ever seen it on Gibraltar. So we'll see if it's able to make any sort of impact here. Paradise Tempest looks like right now they're going to be running that dive style. They might be changing up some heroes here. I am very questionable if Lars stays on this Bastion. Thank you, Lars. I was really questioning there. But we're going to be seeing the stock standard dive with an Ashe Echo here for the side of Paradise Tempest. And we'll see if it's able to work. Already Neo sees Matson and he already gets like beaten off flashbacks right there. Just turns away right away when he sees that Widowmaker in sight.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about it before, is that you play really different when you know there's a Widowmaker on the other team. And this is the aggression that you want to see from Paradise Tempest as Lars is able to pick up 2. Monarch and Reborn both going to fall immediately. Iroh goes down the... Iroh using that Mercy on the side of Paradise Tempest could be massive. You only have that Ana healing. You don't have that... damage boost, you don't have the healing, the versatility that Mercy provides for a second. And Swiftcon also going to go low, able to get out with those Lucio roller skates. Harry Styles is caught a bit on the other side. Where is QZY? There's pinned away.
Yeah, probably.
I'm not
I think
sure.
QZY might have pinned Culture to the other side, but right now you do see Paradise Tempest. They're trying to make advantage of this. One thing I remember when I've seen Watchpoint Gibraltar from Paradise Tempest is Lars's Ashe. So we'll see if they're able to make more advantage of that, but already Paradise Tempest are out of the fight. Big pick coming out from Matson. And I believe Zorfcon as well to finish out that fight. But Paradise Tempest, they are switching up a little bit. Now they have Culture off the Diva onto the Wrecking Ball. So we'll see if it makes any difference. Reborn switching off the Echo onto a Genji here is kind of questionable, but I can see why. It allows him to go to that back line. There's no Diva to protect the Ana, so we'll see if it makes any difference. But already the dive coming out from Tempest, and they're trying to get control of the speed box.
He comes in on QZY here. The Nano on Ari going to go in aggressive, but Iron Block already down, and even if the Winston finds those picks, it's just not going to be enough. And Matson putting enough pressure on the Winston that Azahari can't even dive in because you have no supports right now. You're just going to be waiting in that bubble and eventually almost shot down.
Yeah, I don't know how the heck Harry Styles and the rest of Quack Queens got into the backline of Paradise Tempest. I'd have to watch a replay on that, but they got into the backline of Paradise Tempest and pretty much just separated them from there. So now Paradise Tempest, they have about 2 minutes burned off the clock. They have to try and come up with some sort of strategy here to try and bring this back. And, oh, that big ante on Harry Styles is big.
Yeah, they're going to use as many ults as they can. The Nano comes in on a QZY, but it would be pennies compared to everything that's getting invested here. There's the Nano, the blade from Neo, the Neo blade, if you will, and it'll push them all the way through. That was a lot of ults to use for Paradise Tempest, but they break that hole.
Yeah, they break the mold. They finally get themselves moving, which is good. It looks like, unless you see a little bit of stagger here, nope, Harry Styles will be the last casualty here for Quack Queens, and that will be the first point taken from Paradise Tempest. Good awareness, good recognizing that Harry Styles was in that backline. If Harry Styles stayed alive like he did last time, that fight was over. Great job by Paradise Tempest to realize that that was the problem and be able to take it on. So now we're going to be seeing Paradise Tempest try to make this push into second point. They found Monarch. This could be big if they're able to stagger out this Ana. And maybe not. The help from Harry Styles.
No,
Come on. Strike.
And Harry Styles actually comes in to help as well. That is huge.
Yeah.
Now, both these players, especially the Ana, who can't really come back a lot faster. Switching out of the Baptiste, too much pressure coming in on the dive. He's going in really aggressively, gonna get picked up again. This is not looking good. Focus seems to just have been a little undisciplined now, coming in as aggressively as they are, without all the people. And right now, you're just seeing the members of Paradise Tempest are just coming in, and they've pushed through to point B with almost no resistance. 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, the biggest problem right now, again, I've obviously, oh, goodbye.
MTD.
Goodbye, Azukari.
MTD.
QZY just gets that MTD charge straight off the map. Yep, that's exactly what it is. But you like, the problem right now with Quack and Queens is they don't have anybody to really order the team fight over, really consider it done. they're just all staggering in, thinking that the fight is still going on, and through the meantime, they're all dying. They don't have their Baptiste anymore now, and they're pretty much just staggering themselves here. Like, Quagga Queens need to get themselves in order. Stop pushing forward when you feel like a fight is happening. You're not going to win the fight if you don't have your entire team ready to fight with you. And already now Reborn is dead now. They're losing teammates left and right here, K-Way.
They aren't getting any clean fights. I really thought that they were able to push through the lack of maybe that coordination that they usually have. But we're seeing a really horrible lack of discipline here and a lack of coordination that you tend to see when you don't have that good shot calling. You don't know exactly when to engage and when to not engage. Reborn does get a pick, but going to get taken down. And I mean, you could blame this on like the fact that you don't have Navino your shot calling, but it's been a really rough round so far, as Neo's actually getting batted back into second point by Harry Styles. Styles is just gonna get taken down. Reborn puts the pressure on Azakrani. It looks like they will eventually hold.
Yeah, Paradise Tempest unfortunately has to reset. You will be seeing Quagga Queens get the hold here, albeit in a very messy stance, but they are able to get the hold here over Paradise Tempest. Paradise Tempest back to the drawing board for the first time in quite a while, especially after that second point push. Lars gonna be swapping over here to the Tracer. Okay, so now they want to try to run more of a dive style, less of this sort of spam dive hybrid that they usually are known for, and switch over to this Tracer, get into that backline and try to counter this fast. You already see Lars has found Harry Styles, but that tank form coming out from Reborn should be big.
There's a copy from Neo, but he's not good enough with all of these ults coming out from Quagga Queens. You don't be able to win it out. You do lose. A lot of ults go down there, so you have double support ults on the other side. I don't know. It's gonna be tough for them now to hold again.
It definitely will be kind of tough, but you already see that they are making some swaps here. Maxson switching over to the Soldier. Definitely a lot more pressure being put onto Neo on this Echo now. Reborn also switching over to Tracer. Now Maxson on the Reaper, and already Paradise Tempest have found some overextenders here. What is Quagga Queens doing? Overextending? You don't have your full team. You don't have your full team, Quagga Queens, and yet you push forward that hard. Oh no, this could be catastrophic.
Maxson might take on the Neo, but unless Maxson is going to come in and like 3v6, I don't know how they're going to. Well, maybe it's just they're to fall at that point. CZY is stacking. There's the beat the first time, and I don't know how they live. They should not have won this fight.
I mean, credit to them. The deaths that they received were very early in that gauge. Paradise Tempest had to try and get to the point, and by the time they got there, Maxson, on probably the most sustainable DPS in the entire game in the Reaper, was just able to stay alive with the nano boost provided from Monarch, and they just kept it alive. It's just been scrappy, but somehow, Quagga Queens are making use of a scrappy situation and making it work. You will be seeing Culture use the mines on the cart here, so now nobody can touch that cart. Is Quagga Queens even going to be able to touch? Yes, they will, thankfully.
Yeah, we're not going to be seeing a C9 here, but we're, ooh, that's not good. You lose both your supports. There goes your main tank, and it just looks like a matter of time now. Maxson tries to use the Death Blossom, will get one pick, but it gets hit with the anti, and you lose that sustain, and they'll finish in overtime. Good on Quagga Queens for actually sustaining through that, and being able to even just push it to overtime is kind of a victory with how that middle section went. Coming into that last point with 4 minutes was brutal, but good on them for keeping the mental strong.
Yeah, I mean, what else can we say? They're able to somehow strive through all the chaos. I feel like they still are not fully coordinated, and that might just be because they don't have their main coordinator, their person to really like whip the team down, get them sitting in the chair, and make it so they're learning how to play the game. But still, Quagga Queens being able to strive through the chaos Paradise Tempest did cap third point here, so we'll see if it's able to make any sort of difference here for the side of Quokka Queens. As we're going to be seeing Paradise Tempest coming out on this Ball Winston defense here. They're going to be running the Tracer Ashe. Lars on his signature Ashe with Neo on the Tracer. So we'll see if it makes any sort of difference here. On the side of Quokka Queens, it looks like right now they might be trying to go for a TP onto the bridge and then bring it straight to Paradise Tempest style here. That's probably what they're going to be doing, playing the Brawl style in a way. Because, I mean, Gibraltar is a very hard map to initiate Brawl on. But, done correctly, Brawl is possible. And we'll see if this TP from Matson and this sort of play from Quokka Queens, this chaotic style play, will work here. Here comes the TP from Matson straight onto the top bridge. We'll see, because Culture is behind them right now on the Wrecking Ball. He's already rolled through them, and he's already gotten a lot of damage onto Reborn. So we'll see if Paradise Tempest are able to withstand it. But right now, Quokka Queens bringing the fight right to them.
Yeah, Reborn barely actually doesn't get taken down there. Monarch as well, and really not going well this Brawl attempt. Trying to focus in on the Winston, but it'll actually be Harry Styles that falls down first, not even Azukari. The Brawl attempt doesn't succeed as Zorkhan going to go down. The pin comes in from QZ, but really staggering themselves out.
Yeah, right now I think it's just inevitable here for Quokka Queens to lose it. But regardless, Harry Styles able to get the call out Kari. That could be big. That could be the initiator, but I was able to get the res. But right now, I feel like that Quokka Queens are a little bit confused. The fight goes on. We'll see if they're able to initiate. They've already found Ira. That's massive. But Zorkhan's dead. That's also massive.
That's such huge. That's such good tracking from Matson. Able to get the. How do you do? How do you do? Styles. Hi there from Harry Styles, and then off he goes. What a gentleman, Harry Styles. Always tipping his hat to the developers.
Yeah, Azukari getting very low. Harry Styles now going for the Ana this time, trying to go for Ira. Matson switching over to Doomfist, able to get two. Yeah, the Matson Doomfist again. It's a mad Matson world we live in right now, and you can see that Paradise Tempest, they are starting to really falter here. Quokka Queens look like, again, striding through the chaos, making these weird strategies that shouldn't work, and Lars gets a fistful of wall. That has gotta hurt.
Oh my gosh, gets resurrected. Matson will eventually get headshot. Ira? With the headshots, the beat comes out. It'll catch two people for Zorkhan, but Zork will get taken down immediately. And Harry Styles will lose that shield quickly as well. He's gonna get taken down pretty quickly after.
Yeah, this has just been a total mess right now, but still, Quokka Queens are still able, again, to strive through the chaos. Paradise Tempest just being a little more chaotic right now. That pulse bomb almost gets the kill for Reborn, but unfortunately unable to get it. But now Quokka Queens, they only have a minute and 30 seconds to try and push this. QZY switching over to the Roadhog now to try and deal with this sort of attempt right now from Paradise Tempest. So we'll see what the move is here from Quokka Queens. They want to try to take the high ground, but QZY is going for the card. I mean, this map has been all over the place. We'll see what else is going to happen at this point.
I mean, what do you say about that fight? They just kind of lost 3. And now they just have to regroup at this point. You don't have, okay, Reborn gets the pick on the Culture though. That is huge. These are actually going to go low. Neo throws in the pulse bomb, does get flipped by Monarch. There's the kill. You're able to trade out now. You have some ults coming up. If you're Quokka Queen, this is your chance to win this. Nano comes in onto Azukari, Culture as well. Has those mines. A lot of ults on the table here, but now you have some ults as well. Matson uses the Meteor Strike. Will it find any picks? Looks like it. There's the pulse bomb for Reborn. Nothing there. Azukari the first to fall. Losing the tank is not good, but here comes the sweep onto the Ana, and Bunch gets hit with the Doom Fist and the Monkey Fist. That's a real Doom Fist. But Bunch gets resurrected. Harry Styles goes down. The card coming in. Is there anyone able to touch him? Barely. Culture is gonna get taken down. The card starts to move, and there's not any more contest from the members of from the members of Paradise Tempest and Quacker Queens, however unlikely it may have seemed, push into point B.
Yeah, Quacker Queens, again, they just really are striving through the chaos. I want to point out right now that they were able to scout out Blanche and be able to pick that off. That was the real instigator. If it weren't for that, then Paradise Tempest would have still been able to win that. And QZY... Okay, I didn't expect to do that. But QZY had the whole hog, keeping everybody from Paradise Tempest off the point. So now, Paradise Tempest, they have to try and hold here for point B, but they do have not many times. Oh, QZY with a massive hook onto Culture. Not able to get followed up, though.
Monarch goes down, gets hit with the dive, and the dives have been coming in on his arms, have been finding their target really, really well. Zorkon is all going to go down. Pushing onto the break, trying to keep this away. Large. From the aircraft on top, just able to take them down. And what else can you do for Quacker Queen?
This is Captain Mars speaking. You are going to be sent back to spawn. So, Lars, once again, if he has ship control, he's just going to be able to rain hellfire on the side of Quacker Queens. His Ash definitely shows up in these sort of scenarios. But Reborn threats the needle again. We've seen two Widowmakers thread the needle like that so far this match, and both have been on the side of Quacker Queens. My goodness. When is there not a Widow player on Quacker Queens right now? He gets another one of the Neo. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, that's possible. Reborn. Showing that there is not just one, but two Widow specialists on Quacker Queen. That's disgusting. Matson comes in, tries to find the pick, going in a little bit too aggressive, gonna get taken by Neo. Now Reborn gonna get some revenge exacted from courtesy of Lars there, and this is looking bad for Quacker Queens. They were able to pull it out last time. Will they do it again?
Maybe. They only have 10 seconds, though. They only have this Primal Rage, and Harry Styles is going to be running back from spawn blade. Oh, no! Monarch and Zorkon are in the back! They just barely survived. They're able to get the sleep on the nail. This could be big if they're able to finish him off! And they do! No, they don't touch the card, though! They couldn't get there. The rest of Paradise Tempest were there to shut them out. Not be able to touch that card. But Paradise Tempest, they will be winning Watchpoint Gibraltar in what was just a slobber knocker of a map. That is going to be Paradise Tempest winning this point. Matson will get the play of the game, though, for this Genji performance, but I think we're all going to need some therapy after what we just witnessed. But still, Quacker Queen showing that they are competent against Paradise Tempest, but still looking rough because they don't have that main shot caller, that main person to gather them up, so it's going to be hard for them, but I think they might just be able to bring it back, or they might be losing to Paradise Tempest. It's really all up in the air, and it depends on what happens. Listen, K-Wing, it wasn't a C9. They had no choice but to not touch the cart. Their supports were still in that hallway. They could not get in no matter what, even if they ignored Neo, because the rest of Paradise Tempest were there, keeping them out of it. The rest of the team was still walking back from spawn. They had no choice but to not touch that cart.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Well, listen, you know what? How about this? We talk about it over the 10-minute halftime that we are giving these teams before we go into map number 3. And we can argue about it all that we want. When we come back, we will decide if that actually was a C9 or not. I'm going to say it wasn't a C9, but we're still going to figure out which one it was. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss the rest of this match.
All right, and we are back. Well, the 10-minute long debate we had over whether or not that was a C9 was surely intriguing.
We'll call it intriguing.
We'll call it intriguing. But it was pretty interesting, I think. We saw Quokka Queens come out on control with a really solid strategy. And we came into this thinking, you know, they're having some we thought they would have some difficulties without Navino. And we saw that 2-0 victory they had. We thought, all right, they've got this. You know, they know what they're doing. They're going to be fine. And Gibraltar just seemed like, I don't know. It just seemed like waking up from the dream at that point. It was some sort of, it was completely different. And Paradise Tempest just kind of, for want of a better term, kind of walked all over Quokka Queens.
In a way, yeah. We saw Paradise Tempest just... Here's the problem. Quokka Queens, I think, are trying to profit off of a chaotic situation. Make these sort of ridiculous sort of plays, have that mechanical skill behind them. But Paradise Tempest are now realizing what they're trying to do, and are taking advantage of it. So it's kind of hard to really play chaotic when the enemy team knows how to play against chaos. Or plays against chaos. So we'll see. Listen, I'm taking my voice classes. I'll figure it out. We'll see what the move is here from Quokka Queens and what they decide to do. Now, many people may have just saw the map selection screen and what Quokka Queens have decided for their hybrid map. They have chosen, at least this is what they've said thus far. This could change, which we don't know if it's correct. It could be wrong. It could be because QZ said, QZ said, what? In the chat when it was selected. Quokka Queens have chosen Blizzard World for their hybrid map, which is very, very interesting. I mean, A, it kind of aligns with the current situation that we're in right now, a Blizzard World, which we're having that problem right now. But B, this is a very strange, map. It's much more open than the other hybrid maps. It relies that sort of open, sightlines. But I think that's what Quokka Queens want right now. When you think about Gibraltar, they mainly had to play in a closed-in sense. When was the only time that we saw Quokka Queens survive on Watchpoint Gibraltar? It was on Point 3 when they had a much more open landscape. Blizzard World being open, Busan being open, this could be how Quokka Queens gets that second map win today if they play on a more open map. And we already see that Sigma Hog coming back out, Batson back on the Widowmaker, Reborn on the Ash, more open style coming out from Quokka Queens. This could be this hidden strategy through the chaos that they want to implement to take this map, to take this match. Play those more open maps, have those open sightlines, take advantage of the fact that Paradise Tempest have to go through these open sightlines every time. Now, obviously, they can't pick Paris as an assault map, so they aren't able to continue that trend if they lose this, but we'll see if Paradise Tempest is able to counter this. They will be running the Sigma Ball composition here, or Neo is just going to be scouting, which, yeah, Neo's just going to be scouting. They're going to see what they have in store here, but it's going to be interesting to see what they decide to run here, Paradise Tempest, because they need to try and take advantage of Quokka Queens, having the advantage of this open sightlines. Mats is already going to get picked off here by Neo. That's massive.
That is, and Neo gets sent back to spawn, but at this point, really, that's fine for Neo. Neo wants to switch, or maybe he'll actually stay on the Sombra. With how much Ultra they've gotten already, they're just going to stay on the Sombra, take down Matson on the Widowmaker while they're scoped in, and looks like Monarch as well is going to suffer a little bit. Will they go down? It looks like they'll be safe for now, but Culture is ready and raring to try and find some picks. Richmond going to go down and get revived immediately by Ira. Paradise Tempest have control of the point, going to get 2 picks. Almost close to 3 now. Harry Styles tries to come in and contest. Going to stay alive just for a little bit. Neo on the Sombra is alive, and actually Reborn doesn't contest the point. Multiple people step off the point.
Yeah, Paradise Tempest using this dive style and taking advantage of all the space that Quad Queens need to do. Here's the thing with Quad Queens. Yes, they want to have these open sight lines, but they are playing a sort of spam composition as well. Everyone is at different angles. You saw how far away Maxim was from the rest of his team when the pickup got off. Beautiful stick from Lars. Oh my goodness. You cannot ask for a more beautiful stick right there, but still, Quokka Queens, they're playing in a much more separated landscape. They're not playing together. They're playing in a sort of spam style. And what counters spam? Dive. What's Paradise Tempest running? Dive. Therefore, Paradise Tempest is taking advantage of this working style and winning the fights in the end.
That stick was just poetry in explosion as Northcon and Matson actually both going to fall. Paradise Tempest starting to push back a little bit and keep this going again. Oh, Culture gets stuck. Are they going to be able to escape? It looks like Paradise Styles going to find a pick. That could be the way for them to start moving in, as already this is going to get taken down pretty low as Ikari barely going to stay alive and get fueled up. Neo has this EMP. Here comes the high noon. I get nothing. So close, but not enough. That's on the soldier. There's the hook from Harry Styles. Anything though, as a little burst of confetti comes out. Congratulations, Harry Styles. You're still alive.
Barely, especially for being that far out, and he uses a whole hawk here to try and kill Culture, but unable to get it. Culture was at a very nice number. Will die to the hands of Monarch, but now Quantum Queens will probably be getting the whole establishment, using a lot of ults in the process. They've lost every ult now they had in the bank, and now they have to try and reset here, but Paradise Tempest, they do have some options for this next fight. They can Nano Azukari with Rigmadon's Nano Boost. We'll see what the move is here for them, because they have 5 ults online. And they could make very swift work if they're able to notice these stragglers. Look at how far away those tanks are from the rest of Quokka Queens. This could be disastrous if QZY or Harry Styles get picked off that early from the side of Paradise Tempest.
Especially with Neo having that EMP.
Right.
That is an ult that you know that's gonna happen. Both the DPS and both the supports are gonna get that EMP. Gonna find out, but there's no hits off for either of them. Nano comes in onto Reborn. Reborn still gonna find someone to even shoot the gun at. Gonna find 2 picks already, regardless. Sees the Mercy Beam. Sees the Sombra. Oh, that's brutal for Harry Styles. Just not able to get the hook on the Mercy, and Harry, that the railing right now is just the MVP for the members of Paradise Tempest, because oh my gosh, that's 2 times that they have been saved.
Railing the new player here on Paradise Tempest. I didn't know they could make a signing midway through the NACC, but still, Paradise Tempest, they're somehow just like not being able to coordinate these attacks. You will be seeing some swaps come out here. Neo and Lars has switched over to the Echo and Soldier respectively, so now they have a lot more damage, and Ira's now on this Zenyatta, so they obviously want a lot more damage with this sort of tank style, so we'll see what the move is here from the side of Paradise Tempest. They do have this Primal Rage online. If Azukari is able to get him in a small room, he might be able to take advantage of it. Deadeye has to be big, and Azukari's not too, that's big.
Reborn just barely able to stay alive thanks to that nano from Monarch. Monarch is throwing in these nanos incredibly well. Cheers to them. But just keeping Reborn alive there. Looks like it's gonna be Lars coming in, trying to take down Reborn as well. Gonna steal that kill from Neo, but already just a chaotic scene off here as so much happening. So many ults coming in. This is hard to catch, hard to keep track of this fight. It's just that chaotic. Everything is happening everywhere, it seems.
Yeah, it seems like that there are at least 2 or 3 individual fights happening every time that an engage happens, and that's kind of hard. That does really make it kind of hard to cast and really hard to focus, but still, Paradise Tempest, they are having trouble now. Quokka Queens have finally found an exploit, and as I said at the beginning, the open sightline. This point is super open, and Quokka Queens are able to take advantage of that. Now Culture trying to push this cart. Will Quokka Queens be able to contest in time, or is this a fight here for... Nope, they were able to...
Here the contest. It is massive on the Lars uses the tactical visor, finds the pick onto Harry Styles already. Matson pops one for themselves, able to get the pick onto Lars, able to get the pick onto Culture, and both these soldiers trading out incredibly well as the point.
Oh, Zorf caught on the brink, just barely there to contest.
0.08 meters. I was about to bring out the sign again, but that's the problem with this chaotic style. There's so much to keep track of. Sometimes the points are a little too low on that list. Uzi and Monarch are able to find those quick picks on both the supports of Paradise Tempest. Neo and Culture gonna follow soon after, and thanks to heroics like QZY, the card will stop right there.
Right outside of point B. And again, I mentioned open sight lines. That is how Quokka Queens is taking advantage of this fight. Open sight lines. Maps with giant open sight lines. Not these closed-in areas like Watchpoint Gibraltar. They're taking use of these sight lines, making it so that they can go on all these sorts of different angles far away so that one team, they're pretty much playing in 3 different teams right now. And they're taking advantage of Paradise Lost' style, which is mainly meant to focus on one specific group of people. Great job from Quokka Queens to realize that this is their win con with this sort of style. We saw it on Busan. We're seeing it here on Blizzard World. Now we'll see if they're able to do it here on the attack, and if they're able to finish this out. Quokka Queens, not really anything right now, but on the side of Paradise Tempest, running the double shield composition, double sniper, as well as the BAP Zenyatta. So obviously, a lot of big damage coming out from the side of Paradise Tempest. They just want to discord a target and just have everyone focus on them and murder everybody in sight. So we'll see if it works. It cannot work. If the styles that we're seeing coming out from Quokka Queens have been any indication, we might be seeing a swap up here. We might be seeing Quokka Queens be able to take this map and bring us to match point, but it all depends on what the move is here from Quokka Queens. We'll see. They're coming out right now. Looks like on the Hog Zarya composition, bringing us back to 2020 Overwatch League with the Hog Zarya. We'll see if it works.
Yeah, this is a bit of a blast from the past. Then, looks like Zorchan just got blasted into the path from Neo. Thanks, courtesy to those storm arrows. I wonder if that was the new ricochet coming in. Because already these storm arrows are finding a lot of damage, and Neo already doing so much work on this Hanzo. Mars as well has been putting in a lot of pressure. Reborn gonna go down early, and that's not cool. Monarch as well. Neo has just been putting in all the pressure that one can put in, and it's gonna force the members of Quokka Queens to just kind of seat up the top and get inserts in.
Yeah, here's the thing right now. Quokka Queens, this is the hardest point for them to try and capture because this is the most closed-in part of their journey here on Blizzard World. They don't have these open sight lines. They only have one simple choke, and that's where Paradise Tempest are mainly holding. They're holding on that left side of the choke, being able to pick out anybody that tries to come through that way. You do see now that Quokka Queens, they're making their way onto the point on a flank angle. They want to try to set up these sort of risky flank angles where everybody is on a different angle as far away as possible, and they're trying to do that. Harry Styles is in the back line here for Paradise Tempest. The rest of the team is in the front line. QZY is on the left side. They're trying to set up all these different angles and take advantage of it, and now Ira's dead, but the rest of the team is falling.
2 down for Quokka Queens, but you lose that Baptiste on the side of Paradise Tempest.
Oh, Reborn!
Reborn gonna come in clutch, and Matson gonna get shot through the boxes. Oh, that's just so good. There, the Transcendent comes in, really able to stay alive, takes down Monarch before going down. It looks like Reborn will be able to stay alive. Matson has the nano, wouldn't push forward and try and stagger someone out with it. Looks like no picks thanks to it. But that's the first point, and that is, as you said, probably the hardest part of their journey so far.
Yeah, they were just able to really take advantage of all those multiple angles. They put Paradise Tempest in a situation that they weren't comfortable in, and they just shot the dragon. Boom, 2 dead. You won the fight from there. Paradise Tempest, they're having trouble trying to counter this sort of multi-angle approach that we're seeing from Quokka Queens. And now, as you saw there, Matson does have the tactical visor, and I believe might be looking for an opportunity to flank into the backline of Paradise Tempest. Yes, he is. He's going straight for the arcade, trying to get into the backline or trying to get onto a separate angle from the rest of his team so that he can use this tactical visor and get at least one pick up. The rest of the team might know he's there. The Bob's going to come out here from Lars to try and contest, and that's a big pick up on the Sword Con.
Yeah, you lose that position against the die, you lose that shield bash the break has, you lose that CZ, and Matson will go down to Culture, and it is just a massacre for the Quokka Queens.
Yeah, but the good thing about Quokka Queens is they played that really well as a dry fight. QZY obviously going to get staggered out here on the Baby Diva. Probably going to be jumping off the edge here very soon. Oh no! Monarch was in that bush trying to keep themselves safe, and QZY just walked right toward them. Oh my goodness.
Oh no!
Unfortunate. Unfortunate, but the horrors.
Neo just shot that into the side there, just a little bit off, and Reborn fires a Dragon Strike of their own now. Neo goes low. Both of these Hondos just really miss those Dragon Strikes. There's Matson using the tactical visor, thinking so much about not gonna find anything. Everyone's behind that cover. He's gonna go down. Culture falls. Oh, not a good place to fall. Falls onto the low ground. Azukari, Culture, and Ridgemont all going to go down. There's the
oh my god!
Neo! No way.
That might
able to stay alive. That could help the recontest.
Yeah, that's 3 picks down for the side of Quokka Queens. Paradise Tempest will be able to regroup in time. They should be able to touch this cart and get the contest here before Quokka Queens gets to the end. Quokka Queens, they are going to get staggered out a little bit here. Matson, Monarch, and QZY have to try and retreat. But Transit Bomb invested at the same time. That's very risky. The fight's already done. What are you doing, Paradise Tempest? They were in a little bit of panic mode there, and now they've lost 2 big ults in their economy. That is big for Quokka Queens. They could take advantage of this.
Especially when you have that Nano and you have that Diva Bomb, especially the Nano, losing that Transcendence is going to be brutal. Coming into this next fight, Neo trying to fire off an early ult. This is going to be dodged and waited out for the Quokka Queens, and it looks like they're not even going to push in. They want to keep the high ground. There's the supercharger. The Baga comes out. Harry Styles the first to fall. Matson has some pressure on the Monarch as well. That Discord orb. You know that Discord orb is going to be the target they're going to try and focus as much as possible. Azukari goes on the card to try and contest there. Monarch is going to go low, but it's Ridgemon the first to fall. Rigmadon?
Yes,
okay. Rigmadon. Thank you. Hi, no problem. Alright, cool.
That's in the back line.
Fall, Matson has the Nano, and that is where you really, really wanted that Transcendence. Is there anyone even able to contest? There comes the soldier, there comes Lars, keep things going, but it's not enough. And that, in a chaotic third map, is Quokka Queens going into match point.
Yeah, this is a really hard match to really, like, see what's going on. Because, like, in one perspective, it looks like Quokka Queens is at the disadvantage because some of their players are getting picked out. But on the other side, you have players like Reborn and, Matson in the backline, in secret areas, getting these sort of moves to be able to try and get into those positions to get the pickoffs. Paradise Tempest do not expect that. They think everybody's going to be together, and they're struggling as a result. So now Paradise Tempest, they're losing this. Quokka Queens are at match point. They only need one more map to take the 3rd place trophy. And Paradise Tempest need to come up with a strategy. How do you counter this sort of composition?
Yeah, at this point, how do you counter this composition? This is chaos incarnate. This is trying to fight formlessness. This is insane, and I don't know exactly how to even describe this. I mean, this is like that first early pick with Neo coming in, just taking down the... Oh my gosh. This is crazy.
Yeah.
And that was beautiful. I don't know what else to call it. That was just beautiful.
Definitely was beautiful. But yeah, it's total pandemonium. but it's working in favor of Quokka Queens. They're using these like abstract strategies and being able to take advantage of it. And now Paradise Tempest has to try and come up with a 2 CP map that doesn't allow for this sort of strategy to take place, which is challenging in itself because every 2 CP map pretty much has an area where this could happen. Hadamura has the first choke. Temple of Anubis is probably your best bet because that doesn't have as many open areas, but you still have that first point to worry about. And Volskaya is the most open of all of these. So right now you have to try and figure out what the move is here from the side of Paradise Tempest. They have to choose a 2 CP map and they have to try and figure out what to do here. It's gonna be hard to choose between those 3 maps though, but their best bet has to be Temple of Anubis. That is the most closed-in map. That is the map that does not allow them to have that sort. That's the map that does not allow Quokka Queens to have that open style. They have to play within a very closed area. That is the most closed map of the entire thing. You have to pick a good 2 CP map. Temple of Anubis might be your choice, but we'll see what their choice is. They currently are debating, but it's gonna be interesting, K-Wing, because we've seen this style work for Quokka Queens so much, but now they're in a chance where they could be able to take this, depending on what the next map is.
Yeah, absolutely. I think really you have to ask yourself, what was so different about Watchpoint Gibraltar? And you talked about Temple of Anubis, and it looks like that is going to be the map that we're going to. Temple of Anubis.
Yep, I talked about it. If you want a map where Quokka Queens cannot take advantage of those open sight lines, you go to the map with by far the tightest choke in the game. 2 small arches that are basically the size of 2 statues make up the choke of Temple of Anubis. You have to push through those. It's the tightest choke of the 2 CP maps that are usually in the competitive rotation. That's excluding Paris, of course. That has the tightest choke of all the maps, which is smaller than a Maywall, mind you, but it's gonna be interesting to see what Quokka Queens' style is. They are not allowed to play this sort of wide, varied style unless they get to first point in a sort of weird way. I have an idea in my mind of how they could go to first point, but it depends if they're able to do it, K-Wing. They could not do it correctly. They could do it wrong in a sort of way, and they could not win this map, and they could be able to pick out this map from underneath Paradise Tempest's feet, but we'll see what the move is here from Paradise Tempest and Quokka Queens, as we're going to be heading into the map very shortly here, but it's going to be interesting. Quokka Queens at match point. Paradise Tempest need to win this map to bring us to map 5, or else they will not be getting that 3rd place trophy.
Yeah, looking at this, you do have the advantage here for Quokka Queens. Beyond just the fact of win and you have won this match and you are 3rd place. You have, even if you lose, you have the choice of the the final map, of the final control map between Ilios and Lijiang. And you probably, I'm not even sure which you'd go for, but that's not really worthwhile speculation, as we're not on map 5, we're on the map 4. We may not be even going to a map 5 because we got Lars on the Pharah and you have Madsen on the Junkrat.
Yeah, so this kind of plays into Quokka Queens' style that they've been going for. They have this Junkrat of Madsen to be able to have a lot of burst damage, be able to shoot from far away, maybe even without intention being able to kill people. Reborn on the Reaper being able to go for close range. You have QZY on the Winston, Harry Styles on the Orisa. They're basically playing a sort of spam dive style that we've seen from Paradise Tempest. But Tempest, they have a secret weapon. It's called Lars' Pharah. And if you remember big sleeper Monarch. But if you remember a lot of casts that we've seen, Lars' Pharah is a menace. And if he's able to get these big picks, this is going to be guaranteed. And Monarch's already dead to the hands of Culture.
Yeah.
That's not good.
And you have Lars in your back right now. You do trade out for the other Ana, but Lars is in your back line, and Lars takes no prisoners. And already pumping in damage on damage on damage. The Reaper will try and come in and put the pressure. Okay, and that's the mercy change there. I believe that's the mercy change. That mercy change is that soul hovered in midair. It did not fall the way that the souls usually do. That is that big mercy change, and it's huge for this Pharah mercy play. It is in essence a buff to Pharah, and Zorthpon is already down. You lose the mercy. The respawn comes in quick, but it is just another opportunity for Paradise Tempest to come in. Reborn is gone. Zorthpon is low, so he can barely stay alive. But Lars has ult. That's it. Gone. That's it. Gone. Lars has taken them down, and now Zorthpon. Zorth's gone, more like. Got him. Reborn is gonna get taken down as well, and Lars is a one-man army here, and it's just going to have it. Takes down Harry's now. Hit hook. Doesn't even care. Doesn't matter when you are Lars. What an incredible play, and just been dominant. Lars, stop, please. You can't just do this.
5 minutes.
Systems at max.
Dunks on everyone on the Pharah, refuses to elaborate, leaves. What a Sigma male grindset Pharah.
Yeah, what was I saying when we saw Lars on the Pharah? Lars's Pharah is something you have to fear. Lars's Pharah is something that you cannot ignore. If Lars Pharah can get that much value, just leave. Leave. Lars has so much mechanical skill and so much awareness, so much good performance on this Pharah. It's just unbelievable how well he's able to do on that Pharah. And now, Paradise Tempest, a 5-minute time bank. There was not a second of contest from Quokka Queens. Whatever strategy they had on the defense for that failed. They need to now rethink of a strategy here for attack and see if they're able to get any sort of time progress to try and minimize this 5-minute time bank from Paradise Tempest. It's pretty much a long road up here for Quokka Queens. Paradise Tempest are going to be coming out here on the Ashe Torbjorn composition. Neo going to be shutting the Torbjorn onto that top area, so we'll see what the move is here from the side of Quokka Queens. It looks like they're going to be running... Oh, are they running their own style of the ball? Okay. They're taking a page right out of Paradise Tempest's book and going to be trying to run this ball with the style of their own, which could work. They have this sort of open style. They have this could create that open space that they need, but we'll see. Matson on the Soldier, Reborn on the Echo. They're pretty much playing a Paradise Tempest style.
They're trying, but they don't have that secret weapon. They don't have that Pharah. Matson is already going to go down. Reborn will get the focus onto Culture, and that's a big... That's big. Losing that Diva mech will be impactful coming in next, but you just lost too many people at this point to push in with that defender's advantage that Paradise Tempest has. So it's going to be very, very rough.
Yeah, Quokka Queens are right now waiting for their team to be back in order to get the dive. Harry Styles getting that dive right on. But I feel like they just need more coordination right now. They seem to be all over the place in terms of their coordination. If they're able to spruce up that coordination, make it better, they will be able to find those picks. They've already forced out this window from Rigmondon, so now they don't have to worry about that ult on the field, but they still have a long ways to go. They are all trying to coop up in one area so that they're able to make this push, but they're still waiting for this correct push to come in. GZY is going to get that pile drive, though. Let's see if they can get it on. Back into the high ground.
Matson on the high ground, what will he do? It turns out he'll get a double kill with the Nano Advisor, but lose a few teammates along the way. Zorthcon will get the resurrection, but it seems like it's not enough for Quokka Queens and Paradise Tempest. Holding strong, Zorthcon, Valkyrie runs out. Harry Styles uses the Primal Rage. It's a pretty well-lost fight there.
Lars.
Lars enough. Reborn coming in to keep this going, and it looks like it might actually be enough. This version of the fight is gonna be enough for the Quokka Queens to take this. It's not with the same time bank of Paradise Tempest, because how could you even match that? But still, they'll get it to point B.
Yeah, it was very scrappy, but they were able to pick up the scraps and make a puzzle out of them and be able to bring that fight into their favor. So they were just able to really take advantage of that sort of situation, and now they have to try and get this point B. They have 4 minutes and 20 seconds. It is a blazingly large time bank, but it doesn't mean that they're going to get it. Matson's already gotten picked up by Culture, and that's not good. You've already lost one pick. You have to invest the res if you're going to continue this fight. And it looks like they're not even going to. They're just going to be back.
Really, losing Harry Styles as well is going to be harsh. He's going to get the resurrection, but Zorkon falls down, falls as well, and really now you're just seeing more staggered. Harry Styles going to fall again, and now realistically they need to get out. They cannot lose any more people, and they will, as they're
Monarch.
Too much.
Monarch's in
Easy.
that room. Let's hope nobody notices Monarch's in that left room. In that blue room, you can barely see Monarch's outline. Let's hope nobody notices he's there, that they are there. So we'll see what the move is here for Quokka Queens. But they're just really just waiting for that perfect opportunity. They have Matson now in this Juggernaut, so much more damage being applied to them. Make it so that they can burn down this Diva DM and the Orisa Shield faster. And already QZY making that pile drive in and the Molten Course. And Reborn Zone.
They get to pick onto Azukari with these quick spawns you have. Lars uses the Deadeye, not gonna find anything in the way of picks, but just kind of zone out and keep that pressure off for a second, because now you pretty much have everyone passed. You do. Culture gets demet. Here comes the Riptire Maps, and as it comes out, it's immediately taken down by Lars. We're not talking about Lars as much on the Cassidy at this point, but still an incredible player, regardless of the hero that they are on. Trey Styles gets resurrected, Matson goes down, and it is just, hey, what's going on? I feel like they should be getting out of it at this point.
Yeah.
They go for the copy.
Yeah, they go for the duplicate. I think right now Quokka Queens are keep trying to make a one fight out of a lost fight. They constantly are trying to push into this thinking it's winnable. But it isn't. You're losing picks left and right. You're wasting ults left and right. Quokka Queens need to restabilize. They cannot be pushing into this fight constantly thinking it's winnable when you're down 2 targets. They need to regroup. They need to get themselves back in order. Like, they're just pushing in one by one and staggering themselves in the process. And it's costing them. They only have less than 2 minutes right now, and that means that they can't get any less time in the bank, but QCY gets that pick off on the Neo. This could be the start of the engage if they're able to get it started now. They have to get this engage started now, or else they're not going to be able to get anything out of it, and they're taking their sweet time trying to push it.
And Neo's already back. That is how quick these spawns go. Matson is close to the Riptire, and that could be the opportunity. But Matson getting hit by the Diva. Is Matson even going to be alive to use the Riptire? No.
Culture lost his mech.
Gosh, Culture loses the mech, gets the remech quickly though. Lars goes down to Harry Styles. Quokka Queens, Reborn, the only DPS left. That is really good. They're able to keep Reborn alive with that hook. Able to take Culture away. Here comes the Riptide that we've been waiting so long for. Is it going to be enough? The Immortality is out. It'll take down the turret, but it won't be much more. Z goes down, and at this point, leave. Get out. Don't go in again. You get the pick on the Neo, it is not enough.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Goes down. There's the Stagger, and Monarch goes down. Stagger even more. You're not.
Yeah.
You may not even get the pick, the touch at this point.
Yeah, here's the problem with Quokka Queens. They are baiting out. What are you doing, Reborn? He tries to use the Dragon Strike to pick up Lars and misses the shot. What? Here's the problem. Quokka Queens are trying to bait out the ults of Paradise Tempest, and they're doing a good job of that, but then they're using their own ults. They think the fight is winnable. They constantly are trying to win these fights that are not winnable, and it's costing them severely. Azukari has another drum now, and now Paradise Tempest looking really clean. They look like they'll just be able to finish here on Anubis and bring us to a map 5, because Quokka Queens consistently just stagger themselves, waste ults that they have in the bank, and Quokka Queens just doesn't have the stabilization that they need right now to win this game.
At this point, I feel like we are seeing two versions of Quokka Queens. We have seen Quokka Queens in this elite sort of squad form that we have seen on Busan and that we saw on Blizzard World, in which they're able to harness this sort of chaos and play it incredibly. And then we have seen Quokka Queens in this way of they continue to try and invest in fights that are lost already. They have almost no sort of coordination, and it just does not look really good for them. And I'm wondering, what version of Quokka Queens are we going to see in map 5? Because this is for all the marbles here. This final control map, whether it's Anubis or Ilios, we need to see consistency from Quokka Queens, because we have seen absolutely none of it, and it is do or die right now.
Yeah, they are not consistent. We're seeing two Quokka Queens right now. The one, as you mentioned, the one that's able to profit off of that chaos, the one that uses those wide sight lines to their advantage, and is able to make those sort of plays happen to get those victory. And the ones where they're playing on these closed-in maps and just look like a comp game right now. Staggering in one by one, having no coordination, using ults in fights that are lost. That is the problem right now. They need to decide which one they're going to go for. Maybe it's just a tactical play to have that entertainment and bring us to a map 5, but even if so, you shouldn't be staggering ults like this. You should not be playing the game like this. If you're playing the game like this, it's going to ruin your mentality and not make you want to continue. You're hurting yourself in the long run, Quokka Queens, but now you're in a situation where you are now at the final map of the series. It's your choice. Lijiang Tower or Ilios, both of which are challenging, especially because both have closed-in points. Both are known for closed-in play. Quokka Queens are looking at a very bad disadvantage right now in this series, and they could possibly lose this because they just don't know how to control themselves. They don't know when a fight is lost. They need to establish that sort of momentum. They don't have any momentum. They don't know what to do. It's so hard for them. But we now know what they've decided to choose. They are going to choose Ilios for their final map, and this was the better of the two. This one is much more open. Well is much more open. Ruins is much more open. Your biggest problem is Ilios Lighthouse. If you lose Lighthouse, you're done. You need to win. You need to win either Well or Ruins, because if you don't win one of those maps, you're done for. Because Lighthouse is going to drain you. It is going to be that closed-in map that you have struggled on so much this entire series. You cannot go to Lighthouse. You cannot play Lighthouse. You have to win on Well. You have to win on Ruins. That is how Quokka Queens wins this match. If Paradise Tempest takes a map off of Well or off of Ruins, you're done for. Log off. There is no chance for you to come back for this unless you pull out some ridiculous strategy on Lighthouse and take the victory. Quokka Queens have a goal set in mind, and they have to get it done here.
I think that the choice for Ilios is the better one, because if you choose something different, if you choose, say, if you choose Lijiang, you pretty much invite the Pharah pick. And one thing we saw from that Temple of Anubis is not only is Lars incredible on that Pharah, it's that, I mean, it's not representative of what Quokka Queens would face if they went onto Lijiang, because obviously they weren't prepared for it. They had no hit scan. They did not have a Cassidy. They did not have a they didn't have an Ashe. They didn't have a Diva. They didn't have anything to really deal with that in the air. And Lars was able to take full advantage of that and just rain down destruction. But still, Lars is good at the Pharah. So playing Ilios is going to be the choice. And I have to say that I'm nervous for Quacket Queens because, like you said, we have seen some questionable moments from them, and some questionable plays, some questionable continuations of a fight that they have no right to win.
Yeah, right now, Quaka Queens, it looks like that this entire cycle has been a roller coaster. We started off really high. We went all the way down when it came to Gibraltar, went all the way back up when it came to Blizzard World, and then we went far down when it came to Anubis. Do we stick at this for the end of the roller coaster, or do we have that last hill that brings us that amazing roller coaster experience? We have to figure out, because Quaka Queens right now, they're at this sort of situation where they're in last desperate territory. They have to think of a good plan coming into Ilios. There has to be a good plan for them on Ilios. We saw how good they did on those wide open maps. We saw how well they did on Busan with that wide open structure, especially on Sanctuary. They took it at all different sort of sides. We saw how well they did on Blizzard World, a wide open map. They took it from all different angles, had multiple different fights in the same thing. It went, again, at one angle, it looked like it was lost. On the other, it looked like it was won. It was literally won. So really, they need to come up with some sort of strategy that they had on Blizzard World, that they had on Busan for Ilios, or else they're losing this series. This is going to all come down to what Quaka Queens has in store. Paradise Tempest, they have an opportunity to exploit that, to take advantage of the fact that Quaka Queens have not been good in close-range scenarios, and they have a chance to be able to win this series. But we're going to be starting off here on Ilios with the famous well, where Lucio Boops and Faro Boops all come together in grand harmony. One team's going to come out of this with the third place title. The other is going home with nothing. As the comps are being shown here right now, we mentioned, right now, Quaka Queens look like they're going to be playing that sort of spam style, that Hog Sigma, which has worked. That historically has worked for them on these maps where they like to play that wide open style. They're running the Matson on the far, Reborn on the Echo. Quaka Queens, they're running a style that maybe Paradise Tempest are not prepared for. They are, Paradise Tempest, as I say that, they're running the Shadow Dive style, the 6-man dive, with a Soldier Tracer, so they have that hit scan pick. This could be big. If Paradise Tempest is able to counter this Far Echo, it's game over for Quaka Queens.
That's going to be the question here. The question for me is going to be the question between Lars and the 2 DPS of Quaka Queens. If Matson can do even half as much as Lars did on Temple of Anubis, you will see Quaka Queens do incredibly well. But if Lars is not able to keep those 2 DPS under control, we will be seeing a completely different song. One that we just sang on Temple of Anubis. As already Lars has been getting a lot of damage pushing back Matson. Matson is not going uncontested so far, but it is going to take a lot more than just pressure to get rid of this Pharah, as Matson is now honed in onto Blanche, finds the pick onto the Ana. That is exactly what you were looking for. So pushing in, no boops are found yet, but Lars and Ira are both going low. Harry Styles is actually going to get taken down by, Lars is actually going to get taken down by Harry Styles, pardon me, but there is the turnaround. Crucially though, the point was in the hands of Paradise Tempest throughout that entire fight. 36% on the board for them.
Yeah, but Quaka Queens, they took advantage of that. A really good sighting there from Matson. Beautiful rocket on the video, but a good sighting there from Matson to see Blanche in the middle of nowhere, no one around them, and take advantage of that. Get that first kill on the Blanche. That is what Quaka Queens needed to get that fight started. That's what they were able to do. Patience is the name of the game here. Matson needs to be careful of Lars. Reborn needs to be careful of Lars and Neo. Just keep each other alive, keep each other in that situation, and make sure Harry Styles doesn't get the hook off like that. That is disastrous. And
that's exactly what it is. That's a huge anti-nade as well from Monarch. Takes down Drew with that anti-nade. Already Reborn finds the pick on Lars, and now Matson is going in for the kill, going in for the killing blow. Azukari falls as well, and Quaka Queens are pushing in more and more. This is exactly what we wanted to see from them. A lot of ults on the table now.
Yeah, as we've seen them succeed in so far, they have so much space with the
Neo Widow,
composition.
Neo
on the
Neo
Widow gets the
Widow.
pick up on the Matson. Oh my goodness! Just makes the immediate swap from the Echo and goes, or from the Tracer, and gets that pickup, but it's already res. So now Quack and Queen still have this Pharah in their arsenal. They have so much space to be able to create here. That is probably a wrong duplicate from Reborn on Ana. I don't think that's intentional. Still, Quack and Queen's looking good. They did invest this flux.
Bomb into the sky. Doesn't go for much. Lars has the nano, has the tactical visor, gonna plump in damage onto Harry Styles. Eventually gonna get taken out by Neo. Point ticking up still for Crockett Queens, 89, 90%, ending at 92, but the point's going to Paradise Tempest.
Yeah, Tempest did a really good job just sustaining it. They had that they had that nano visor online and were able to take advantage of that, but now look at their ult bank. Now they have nothing. And Lars is dead! That's a massive pickup for Matson. That's what you needed. Now there's no contest for the Pharah or the Echo. This is the time for Quack to push it now. If they don't win this fight, then they might not be able to win this map.
That is exactly what you need. Monster is going to get taken out by Matson. Matson will lose their life. Picks flying either way. 95, 96%. Is there anyone even able to contest? It will be the winner coming in. Harry Styles is the best person you want on this point. Has as much sustain as you. But Harry Styles is gone. Harry Styles is down. Azukari will fall shortly after. But you lose a lot of sustain with that Roadhog, and it's a scrappy fight. QZ goes down early. Two people on the point. It is Justice Lucio trying to stick it out, stall it out for any sort of hope. Reborn moving back, and it looks like Pocket Queens will be giving up the point and coming in to Paradise Tempest, who need to keep this going and keep this alive now. And taking out Monarch is a good way to give them some room to breathe here.
Yeah, Neo on this Echo has finally decided to show up to the party. He's done with Quokka Queens right now, being able to get all these sort of picks on this Echo. He wants to end this here and now, right now, on this Echo. And he's doing everything in his power to be able to do so. The duplicate of the Pharah trying to get Matson. He got one rocket, but was unable to get the second. But still, Neo is trying to end this. Quokka Queens need to try and find a way to counter Neo's strategies and be able to come in this next fight with as much power as possible. They need to win this fight, and Neo is dead. Massive pick from Matson. This could be the opener.
Harry Styles gets another. Maxon as well. Monarch will go down, and that could be the start of the turnaround here. Neo is ready to go. Here comes Reborn. Gonna drop the Reborn. Drops the mine in that copy form. Gets the pick onto two.
Neo
gets the pick onto Neo. Harry Styles gets out of the pit. That's huge. QZ as well is going to go down. Paradise Tempest are in control here. Lars finds that crucial pick, and that could be the last one. There it is. Point one goes to Paradise Tempest, and from what you were saying, we are expecting a mountain now for Quokka Queens on Lighthouse whenever it comes up.
Not just any mountain. This is a Mount Everest for Quokka Queens to scale right now. And they go to Lighthouse. Oh, this could be bad. This is the closed-in point that I was talking about. This is where Quokka Queens do not excel. But they still have a chance here. That was 99 to 100. They showed that they could play that sort of style, but Paradise Tempest just came out. Neo and Lars just went absolutely ham. Azukari as well just started to go absolutely nuts toward the beginning, and they were able to win that. We're still going to be seeing this Hog Sigma Pharah style coming out from Quokka Queens. They'll instead have Reborn on the Tracer, no longer on the Echo, but a six-man dive, pretty much Dallas dive, pretty much a dive composition coming out here from Paradise Tempest. Means that they have to try and play this perfectly. We'll see what happens. Oh no, and Neo has already found the Mercy. That could be big if he gets the pickup. He doesn't. Matson gets the return ban. That's what they needed.
Sourcecon just barely stays alive. Harry Styles is going to go down, but lose a really beefy part of your team there. Matson has found the Mercy. Ira just able to Guardian Angel away. Just really able to stay alive. And now Quokka Queens. The point is flipped over. It is currently for Paradise Tempest, and they are not showing any signs of taking it in this fight as Matson falls.
Yeah, the problem is Quokka Queens' comp has to be so patient that they don't have the time to go for the point. They have to try and focus on getting picks first. And the problem is they're getting picked off faster than Paradise Tempest. They're getting picked off faster than they're getting picked until now. They're starting to get the picks in their favor. Lars and Ira dead. Now's the opportunity for Quack and Queen to try and push in, and they might be seeing Reborn touch the point. That post bomb was way too ambitious. I'm sorry. Even I'm not a Tracer player, but I know it's ambitious. But still, Quack and Queens are getting these picks. They can win this fight if they play it correctly.
Culture throws in the bomb on the point just to try and stall it out, but it will eventually look like it's going to Quokka Queen. Just a matter of how long. The Nano does go in onto Harry Styles. A little overzealous, but still. The reset will come in from 3. There were 3 people there. Okay, never mind. Not overzealous.
Yeah, it wasn't overzealous. You had Neo and Lars still alive. I think it's safe to say that any sort of nano is worth it. So now Paradise Tempest, they just decided to go for a full course reset. They're sticking on to this composition though, because it is showing to be working. Does Harry Styles go for a flank here on the Roadhog? Oh no.
Harry Styles and Reed.
They don't. Well, here's the thing. Paradise Tempest are on the wide way. They don't know where these team is right now. They're going for a flank, but they have to go across the entire continent when they found Ira. That's massive.
Monarch falls shortly after. Maxon and Monarch go to fall. The kicks are being traded, but it is Quokka Queens. We're coming out on top. The point is flipping over, but it'll be short-lived, and it won't even go to Paradise Tempest. Quokka Queens will keep this point and doing well so far.
Yeah. For playing this closed-in map, they're actually not doing terrible. That flank, obviously, was a massive risk. It was a giant risk versus reward, and they hit it perfectly. Harry hit the perfect pick onto Ira, who had that Valkyrie online, shut down one of the supports. Blanche was next to fall.
Neo goes
and
down.
Monarch gets the pick onto Neo. That's even bigger. That's going to stagger on Paradise Tempest even more. They need to back up. Paradise Tempest are now in a situation where they're getting staggered, but Harry Styles dies. I'm guessing he tried to go for the flank again, but this time we're spotted out. But Blanche said, oh no, I said, this has just been all over the place.
Cusi kills himself. Maxon is able to try and stay alive, gonna get taken down by the primal raging Winston. The point will flip over, but it's 85% for Quokka Queen. That's about as good as you can ask for it. A few ults had to be invested. Still a few left for Paradise Tempest. Oh, is Harry Styles gonna get staggered out?
No, he isn't. There is not enough follow-up there for Harry Styles to get staggered out, thankfully. But Culture might get staggered out if this Diva stays up here. Looks like he's gonna be retreating. Okay, still. You see now, Quokka Queens, they're trying a little bit overzealous here. They're getting a little bit too big for their brains. They're doing too much. They're overextending a little too much. And they're not getting these fights when they should. Neo's doing this to get onto the Pharah. Oh, the Blanche almost died. That could have been big. And he does die. That's massive. But Stormcon's also dead. It is back and forth all around. But Quokka Queens now looking in worse situations.
Maxon falls. Monarch falls. Quokka Queens are not looking good. Ira's down, so you have no more sustain for Paradise Tempest, but they're still able to win that fight. They don't have the healing, but they can use the health that they have to stay alive. Is there anyone even able to touch the point? Cusi needs to stay alive and touch the point. It's not enough. I think they died too soon.
No, they died perfectly. Perfect timing.
Blanche goes down. Maxon finds a pick on the Blanche. That could be the start of a turnaround here for Quokka Queen. If there's any time for heroics, it is now. Monarch goes down. Neo finds that first pick. This is is do or die time, and it looks like that is death for them. Paradise Tempest come back in and say that we can still go toe-to-toe with our Tranquility rivals, no matter how no matter how long we've been away, we can still come in and go toe-to-toe with the best of the best, and they will take our third place spot in the North American Community Challenge. Championship.
I was so close.
I know. Close. I thought I was between challenge and cup, and I was like, it's gotta be one. And I was like, I saw like chat. I saw it was long, and I was like, challenge. No.
But still, really good job by Paradise Tempest to be able to counter that sort of ridiculous strategy at Quokka Queens' home turf. That was the most open map of Ilios, and they were still able to counter it. Paradise Tempest finally figured out the equation. They finally figured out what the issue was. and they exploited it perfectly. They were able to take advantage of it perfectly. Well done by Paradise Tempest to be able to figure that out. Quaka Queens, I mean, you got this far, but that was that last push. That obviously that last move here in this final series was the messiest I think we're ever going to see you in this tournament, unfortunately. It's the messiest we've ever seen you. But you did get this far. You did beat some big teams, but at the end, unfortunately, you will be falling to the hands of Paradise Tempest. You will be receiving 4th place. Paradise Tempest earned the bronze medal in the North American Community Championship. And now, K-Wing, I think this is kind of obvious, but we have to choose a player of the match from this. I think it's obvious who we're going to be picking here, most likely.
I mean, at this point, I will just go on record and claim again my title and my crown as the queen of recency bias, and I will come out and say that oh my gosh, it was just incredible to watch this Pharah play and to watch the play. Personally, I'm gonna say Lars, just for that individual performance on Temple of Anubis, coming in and just taking an entire map, pretty much changing that so incredibly well. And I can't even find the words for how dominant that performance was on round 1. It was over so quickly, but I feel like that's just another point for that, how incredible it was, because it was that fast. So, Lars.
Yeah, I can't help but agree with you with Lars, but I'm actually going to be diverging a bit, because Lars obviously is the stellar player on Paradise Tempest, but there was one player that, if it were not for his heroics, Quaka Queens would have won that series, probably. And that's Neo. Neo on Ilios Well brought it back for Paradise Tempest. And that's not the only time he's done a big heroic that entire series. He was doing pretty good throughout the entire series. He's just been overshadowed by Lars. Neo was doing really good on that DPS slot, being able to bring those fights in his favor. And again, if it weren't for his heroics on Echo, on Ilios Well, Quaka Queens could have very well won this series. So I'm giving you my player of the match to Neo, the hidden backline character right behind Lars. So, I mean, really, all of Paradise Tempest did a really good job. Azukari, Culture, Ira, Rigmadon, Blanche, all of them did really well. But I do feel like both of us have said Lars and Neo were the standout performers. So, great job to them. Great job to Paradise Tempest once again for winning 3rd place in the North American Community Championship. But if you thought we were done, don't go anywhere. We still have to crown a champion here in the North American Community Championship. Stick around, because right after a sort of pretty long break, we'll be back with the grand finals between Delirium and Forefront Esports. We'll see you after the break.
okay, getting the first pick. Get 3, Pyro, get 3 with the...
Void Kid putting on a clinic. 14 down. Oh!
Nailed it. I told you to stop resisting.
Experience tranquility.
Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else, welcome to the one and only, the final game of the North American Community Championship. We started out with 8 teams, the best of the best from 4 of the, well, the best of the best T4 orgs in Overwatch, from Tranquility, from UGC, from BPL, and from Overwatch Tranquility.
GGNA.
And
You forgot-
GGNA. I forgot GGNA. I'm trying to do the cool and epic intros, and I always mess it up. I'm trying my best here. But you know who else has been who else has been trying their best? I did it again. You know who else have been trying their best? The people and the teams here. And we are down to just 2. Forefront Esports and Delirium. Delirium already has both these teams have gone through just a complete and total just a really rough road to get here. Both have actually gone through the losers bracket to get even into the playoffs, and now are into the grand finals after both going through a 3-2 game, and now they're facing off against each other. We are of course talking about Get Good North America's Forefront Esports and UGC's Delirium.
Yeah, if you would have told me after the first 2 days that these two would be in the finals, I would have thought you were crazy. With Delirium losing 3-0 to Paradise Tempest, and Forefront Esports going to a 6-map series against Atomic, that didn't sound like the sort of teams that could be in a championship finals match. But here we are, the GGNA runner-ups and the 3rd place in UGC team Delirium facing off here in the finals. One team gets to claim the championship here tonight. The other, fortunately, goes home with nothing. But it's going to be such an interesting match. So much to gather from this. And it's going to be interesting to see these two face off, because we have seen these teams do really well all together. But now it's time for them to bust it out. Everything that they had. It's the first to 4 series. Every match before this has been first to 3. This one is first to 4. So they have that extra map that they have to win. Which team is going to be coming out on top? It's going to be interesting to figure out which one it's going to be.
Absolutely. As we come in, our first map is going to be, it looks like, Ilios.
Yeah, Ilios looks like the first map, and we just ended our last series on Ilios, so we get to start up once again on Ilios. We saw a lot of interesting sort of plays on Ilios, so now we get to see that sort of stuff coming out here again. Most likely we'll be seeing some very weird compositions, things that are non-traditional, things that don't make a lot of sense for the most of it. So we'll see what the move is here from these teams, what they decide to go for. It's going to be interesting. This is Delirium's map choices. I'm pretty sure. I think they are the higher seed in the tournament. I could be wrong about that, but Delirium, I believe, is going to be the map choice. They're also the lobby leads, so they say they might be choosing the map. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting to see what these teams have in store, what they're planning to bring out, and which team's going to be coming out on top, because both of these teams can make a viable argument that they're going to be the ones on top. So we'll see what comes out of them, which team is able to get the advantage through it all.
Yeah, and I think one thing that I really want to point out is both these teams have proven they can go the distance. For Delirium, that means a map 5 series against that means a map 5 win against Quokka Queens, and for Forefront Esports that means a map 5 series against Paradise Tempest. Both of these teams got into the playoffs by the skin of their teeth, and they've proven that they can go to a map 5, so we could be going into a lot of maps here. So it's gonna be a long day here for us at Overwatch Tranquility as we watch these two teams face off. And here are the choices for Elios Well.
Yep, we'll start off on Elios Well. Right now, it looks like you're going to be seeing Delirium on the left side on the blue team. They're going to be running that dive composition with the Ball Diva right now. As we now see the game on Elios Well here. Obviously, we saw the shenanigans that unfolded here. On the side of Forefront Esports, they're running this shadow dive with Boosted on the Reinhardt. This is something normal for them. They usually like to run this 6-man dive with a Reinhardt, providing more brawl ability. And also, Boosted is a really good Reinhardt, so if you're Delirium, you have to try and find a way to break through this Reinhardt style. We're going to see them be able to with this dive composition. So the fight begins here on Elios Well.
Already we see the position being taken up. Already a DMAC onto live. Forefront have this opportunity to go in. Zangiefsu is already going down. Live as well getting taken down. And there's the aggression that has become just signature from Boosted and Forefront. They've already taken this first point, and they are on a roll.
Yeah, good hack there from Mosquito Game to be able to confirm the kill on not only Live, but also Danilo there on the side of Forefront. Forefront's on the side of Delirium. Delirium's actually be switching over now to a brawl style, a stock standard brawl. They're putting File on the Reinhardt. Zangetsu is going to be on the Cassidy. Mr. S on the Mei. They're going to be running the stock standard brawl and go to the left side. So they're going to try to out-brawl this team that's running a Shadow Dive Brawl hybrid, and it's already a big hack on the File. A good wall for Mr. S to be able to block it.
Mosquito Game goes down to a good pick by Zangetsu. File going to be able to get the pick onto the Reinhardt as well. Now, all for Reddit goes down pretty low. KC Nuggets gets DMAC. There's the pick into the well. A bunch of bees able to send incredible. Oh, and there's the pick as well. You have that pick actually taking out a bunch of bees as well with the boop. And Delirium doing well.
Yeah, I think that kind of had to sting there for Mr. S on the Mei, getting booped up by a bunch of bees. But still, you will see that Delirium will get this point. Now you see already swaps coming out on the other side. All for Reddit to switch over to his own Mei. So we're going to be seeing that change come out here from the side of Forefront, as they're going to be trying to make the engage as quickly as possible. They do have this EMP from Mosquito Game. They're most likely going to set up this massive EMP to try to get a big move here. Danilo does not have this beat online. This is a perfect opportunity.
There's the pick into the well, goes all for Reddit. Boosted, gets taken down as well. File finds Mosquito Game. Uses the bomb. Is it going to be enough? File going on an absolute rampage, setting themselves apart from the rank.
Yeah, and really good sustainability there from the side of Delirium. They were able to keep themselves composed. They didn't really use a lot of ults. They only used both support ults. But the other side, they got rid of that EMP. Now they're switching over Mosquito Game to this method. If you want to have a little bit more mobility, a little more close range compared to Zangetsu's Cassidy. So we'll see what the move is here from Forefront Esports. They currently do not have the point, and they only have this beat here for ultimates, so they're in a sort of disadvantage. They're teaming up to the high ground for some of their DPS players to try and get the angle here onto the side of Delirium, but Delirium sitting comfortably within this windmill. Looks like now you're going to see Forefront trying to make that massive engage. The Blizzard's eaten from KFC Nuggies!
Oh! KFC Nuggies gets the beat. File goes into the well. A bunch of bees goes in. There is the Jedi. There's the bomb. Ults are going off left, right, and center. And it looks like through it all, Forefront is able to take control. Points still in grasp the clutches of Delirium, but Forefront will eventually take this point, but it will take over to overtime. They've got to be perfect for this next 49%.
Yeah, definitely, and really, for the name KFC Nuggies, you wouldn't expect them to eat that much, but my goodness, KFC Nuggies saved the team from both Zangetsu's Deadeye and from Mr. S's Blizzard. If it weren't for those eats, then that would have been a lost fight there for Forefront, so really good job from KFC Nuggies. Now we're going to be seeing Mr. S switch over to the Pharah here, as looks like now that you're going to be seeing Forefront. They're pushing it aggressively. They know that there's one less DPS player on the side of on Delirium, but File's able to get the kill on the Mosquito. Oh man, File!
3 gone to File, and File is able to keep this going, and Delirium now have sway over the point. The Resurrection comes in on File again. File is not done here, has so much more to do. A bunch of B going to eventually go down, but the picks will come in for both of these teams. It's going to be a matter of whoever's left, can they win it? Forefront looking better. Mosquito game is going really well, and it will be them taking round 1 in a 99 to 100 fashion.
Really good comeback coming out from Forefront there. Delirium had that. They got 3 picks early, but too early. They were unable to really profit off of the rest of those picks. And then from there, it was just the rest of the team being able to constantly bring themselves back in and take that fight for themselves. Well played by Forefront to be able to bring that back in their favor. Now we head over to Ilios Lighthouse. So obviously things are going to be a little bit different here. It's a much more closed-in point. Despite that, no brawls on either side. On the side of Forefront, you have that sort of dive style with the Soldier Torbjorn, so mainly more of a spam style. But on the side of Delirium, you have the Dallas 6-man dive. Instead of a Sombra, you run an Echo for more damage, and that is what they're going to be running out here. We'll see what team is able to get the advantage. Actually, it's sort of a dive to the side of Forefront as well. They're running the Echo Tracer here. So really, it's just the difference in the DPS and maybe the ball versus the Winston. So we'll see which team is able to take the advantage.
Absolutely, as we come in here, it looks like Forefront is the first to take position on the point, but Alligator is the first to go down. Marshall will soon fall. You trade these supports. KC Nuggets, DMAC, you lose that defense matrix, as well as you lose the defense matrix and Baby Diva as well, and it will be Delirium taking the point first.
Yeah, Delirium just know how to engage with this very well, and they're probably going to be able to stagger this out for a while, even if they lost it. So really good job there from Delirium to know what their win con was, what to be able to do in that situation. You will be seeing swaps come out on the side of Forefront now. They're switching over now to a 6-man diver themselves, this time with the Reaper Tracer, which is sort of a mix. You usually have the Sombra Tracer or the Reaper Sombra, never the Reaper Tracer. So we'll see if it's able to work in their favor here. Mosquito probably has a Pulse Bomb online, that's probably they're doing it, and already the 6-man dive.
Alpharetta goes low immediately, able to get fueled up, but there's the big Alligator, gets the boot, off the side, and Delirium holds on even through that pulse bomb.
Big boop there from Danilo to be able to shut that push down, getting rid of the main heals on the side of Forefront. Guaranteed victory there for the side of Delirium, as they will be getting the continued count up for this point. Now you see already, you see that Forefront are switching over to the full 6-man dive, now with the Sombra. So now it's pretty much hacking potential versus damage output. Which team is going to be able to take the advantage? Forefront try to make the move directly onto Delirium.
Already the dive comes in the copy.
Life's hacked.
And yet there's a lot of ults on the side of Delirium that they can use. The copy comes in onto the Winston, on to Mr. S. Has the opportunity to do something big here with the Primal Rage, has the beat as well. So much health, so much pressure. And File gets taken down by the Diva Bomb, but all for Reddit and Alligator both get taken down, and Delirium holding strong again. Is anyone even going to be able to touch this point, or will it be 1-1?
I think Mosquito game might be in position, but still, this graveyard, really, 6-man dive is known as a graveyard comp, and when a graveyard comp has more damage, that means it's just going to be able to get a lot more value out of it, and that is what that Delirium are able to do here. We'll see if it's able to work here. Here comes the Blossom from Zangetsu trying to end it. Attacked by Mosquito game, still winnable here for Forefront.
It's gonna be who gets this first
Okay.
hit. Marshall goes down, Zangetsu goes down. These are the people we want to see. A bunch of bees goes in the beat. Might be a little late, might be a little bit of an overcommit. A bunch of bees actually going to fall off the side, but unfortunately.
I think a bunch of bees probably wanted that kill on the line more than anything, and probably just sacrificed themselves. But still, really interesting that they were able to bring that back. They had really good plays coming out from forefront to be able to bring that back, and now they're counting up their percentage. Meanwhile, on the enemy side, they have no ults anymore. So now I think the best strategy for Delirium is to play these dry fights, wait until the perfect opportunity, and then use your ults all in tandem to be able to get back. Very risky play from Danilo there. I'm guessing he was going for a boop and almost killed himself. You already see the push. 6-minute EMP!
6-minute EMP! 6-minute EMP! Reddit is going to get 3 picks. Still, there's actually File still going in. Doesn't need those abilities. Eventually going to go down. But still, with a 6-man EMP, Mosquito game, that was good.
Very good EMP from Mosquito game, but really, it was just a really good setup there. They had the Blossom EMP ready. All for Reddit got 2 with the Blossom, and now you see that Forefront Esports, they're still trying to bring this into the advantage. They don't have a lot of ults for this next fight, so we'll see what the move is here from the side of the Delirium. They do have a Primal Rage online. Use it, and already you see Kyle just rushing in there, wants to get that point as quickly as possible, and Mr. S is found out later. That's massive.
Alligator going down, a bunch of these with no more supports here. Delirium, SR, Mr. SR is going to copy the Reaper. The Death Blossom going to come in and use it. Going to get it. Live actually going to fall off the side, but it will be no matter as it will equalize 1-1.
Yeah, really good job there from Delirium to be able to bring that back. They played it really well. They waited until the perfect ults were online. They had that duplicate to be able to shut out the Winston and the Diva. And really, File falling off the map was just because that he got booped up. He got, I'm pretty sure, or no, it was Live who fell off the map. Got bombed out and then lost the mech and just fell into the hole, so nothing too serious there. Now we head over to Ruins, which obviously we have not seen this yet today, but it has that very big deep trench, which can allow for a sort of brawl style, and you already see that coming out from Forefront. They're running this base Symmetra. They want to play close, right in front of Delirium and be able to take that advantage. Delirium running out with the standard 6-man dive this time, running out with the Somber Reaper. So we'll see which comp is able to get the advantage here. The Graveyard comp or the stock standard brawl with a Symmetra comp that wants to play right in your face and be able to murder you in your sleep.
All right, coming in boosted on the Reinhardt, looking to close that gap, close the distance. There's the speed boost. Who's the first to fall victim? Hallie later. That first hit, that headshot. Mosquito game will fall, but it will be the only one going down for Forefront. And boosted charges that ult. So at 77%, and the point hasn't even been capped.
Yeah, Boosted's Reinhardt is extremely aggressive. He makes really good use of that Reinhardt and is be able to use the 2 of the maximum with that aggression. So really good job from Boosted to be able to get that ult charge so high up. He's going to have this shattered in the next fight, and Delirium has to be wary of this. They switched over to the Cassidy Farah now, and they're switching over to a stock standard brawl pretty much with the Reinhardt as well. So we'll see what the move is here for Delirium. They now have the Sky advantage, but Mosquito game has this Cassidy of his own now, so now not as much of an advantage as they thought. That's a big shatter from Boosted.
Boosted gets 3. Alligator gets thrown off the side, but it's one after the other is gonna fall, and it is Boosted all the way.
Yeah, Boosted doing a really good job. Not living up to this name. It looks like he's more of a booster than a boosted player right now. So really good job there from Boosted. Set up the shatter perfectly. Really good engage from Forefront. They just waited for the perfect opportunity. They're going to try and charge somebody up for this, I think. But no, it looks like they're just going to be waiting back. But still, now Forefront, they still are trying to wait this out. And the Blizzard is early from all for Reddit. Good boop, however, from the Mr. S.
Mr. S is able to get something, but still, SRS goes in, down there. It's not good.
Yeah, right now Forefront is doing a great job of dictating the aggression here. They're playing this really well in terms of the aggression. They're making sure that there's no opportunity for Delirium to set up, for Delirium to get these sort of pushes. They're pushing forward. They're making sure they play the aggressive approach. And now Delirium, they're near last fight territory. They're switching over now to the stock standard brawl. They're, they have Mr. S on the May. Danilo is on the Lucio. They have an opportunity to try and take this into their favor. We'll see if they're able to do it, as the bridge is going to be the placement here for the side of Delirium.
Oh, the
And
dive.
it gets
But
blocked
there's
though.
no
Big block.
wall. Incredible comes in with the block. There's a window for Ali later for Marshall probably to this dive, but it just looks like Tick Off coming in, the aggression too much for the members of Delirium, and it will be a 100-0 flip. Forefront Esports taking map 1.
Great job by Forefront to be able to dictate the aggression there. There was no opportunity in that fight where Delirium had the advantage, and that is how you play a brawl comp. Make sure that the enemy team does not have an advantage. Danilo will get the play of the game here on Ilios, most likely for this amazing boot that we saw onto the Moira. Goodbye, Ali later. Please write a postcard. As you see, that is how Delirium was really able to make it with those sort of boot plays, and he gets the boot on the Diva as well, able to get that final kill. But really, Delirium right now do not know how to dictate the aggression on a brawl comp. Forefront are doing a really good job of that, and I feel like it's off the back of Boosted being such an aggressive Reinhardt. They're just following him in, make sure they can get that value off him, and they're doing a really good job of it. So now, if you're Delirium, you have to try and choose a map that you can't have Boosted get that sort of value. As we head over to an escort map, they have the choice between Rialto, Watchpoint Gibraltar, and Dorado. So we'll see what they decide to go here. From what I remember, Delirium has played... Last time I saw Delirium, they decided to go for Dorado. Dorado seems like the best sort of map for that sort of style, and we'll see if it works into their favor. But it's going to be interesting for the most part. Both of these teams looking like they definitely belong in this championship round. So we'll see what the move is here from the side of Delirium, what they decide to move here. But Forefront, looking pretty good thus far.
Yeah, I think that Delirium have been going incredibly well so far. They have been going toe-to-toe with Forefront. It has just been that extra knowing your composition here. You have Forefront seemingly know what they're going to do. They're a little just more confident, like you were talking about, on the rush, on that Reinhardt composition. And they're able to play aggressively. And that is what we have been seeing from Forefront for this entire tournament. They've just been playing so aggressively, and it's served them incredibly well.
Yeah, Delirium need to try and take advantage of the aggression and be able to sort of bait them into situations that they don't want to be in and take advantage of it via picks from there. So we'll see what Delirium decides to go for. They're trying to decide their map. Probably would have gotten it sooner now, but Zangetsu, the player for Delirium and does also run in the lobby, forgot who gets the map choice. So he's discussing it with his team most likely, and they're going to be getting a map choice here very soon. So we'll see what the map choice is here for the side of Delirium. Again, it is an escort map. Rialto, Gibraltar, or Dorado. We've seen, or at least I've personally seen Delirium pick Dorado for their second map because they usually run it sort of weird style there. But is it a smart idea to go to Dorado, which can favor a brawl comp, when we just saw Forefront do that sort of brawl comp? The answer is no, because they picked their map. It's Watchpoint Gibraltar for the side of Delirium, and we're going to be seeing Forefront go on the defense first here. So, sorry to our producer, you have to flip the sides for the first time probably forever, which is allowed in this tournament, unfortunately, but we're going to be seeing the map go to Watchpoint Gibraltar.
I mean, Watchpoint Gibraltar is just the dive map. It is the map of dive, and we saw an attempt to run the brawl comp, and it did pretty much sputter out. When we saw brawl and rush, that sort of quick run physical style of play, when that was run, it fizzled out, and it was just fairly ineffective. When teams tried to run it, it was just not work. It didn't work for them. So you can't run it. And so already we see a substitution, as it looks like Live is going to be taken out for another tank. I'm looking up the pronunciation to make sure I get it right. Jesus. Yes.
Yep, Jesus is going to be coming in here for live on the tank roll for Delirium, so we're going to be seeing that sort of tank switch come out. Forefront, they don't have any substitutions, so we won't be seeing a lot of them, but it'll be interesting to see this sort of tank swap coming out here from the side of Delirium as we're going into Watchpoint Gibraltar. Again, a very interesting map, a dive-heavy map. We saw what happened when a team tried to run a non-dive composition on this map. Doesn't really work very well. You have a lot of struggle when you try to run non-dive on attack, but it's going to be interesting to see what comes out here. Again, Forefront will be on the defense first, while the attacking side will be for Delirium, as the compositions are shown right now, and already, I was talking about dive, and what do you know, on the side of Forefront, we see the dive right now. They're running that Ball, Diva, Tracer, Widowmaker, Tracer Soldier, I should say, as they're gonna be running that sort of like that sort of poke heavy composition with these sort of dive tanks. So we'll see what the move is here from the side of Forefront, where they want to set up, what the plan is. Looks like on the side of Delirium, they might just be going for this pulled pork beginning, making sure they can get that making sure they can see if they can get any pickoffs with the Roadhog and the Orisa. They might stay on it, but we'll see what the move is here as the doors are about to open. It's going to be interesting to see this map in the favor of... It's going to be interesting to see if Delirium run out without this with this double shield, or this pull port, especially at the beginning. Ooh, almost gets the pick, but Mosquito. Nice big pick.
Yeah, going to get resurrected immediately, however. You do lose that piece of utility, but it is not comparable to not having Mosquito Game on the field as already Mosquito Game is going to be pressured, putting a lot of pressure out. 31% ult, more than pretty much anyone else on the team. So it looks like Mr. RS is going to go down. So Marshall and Forefront are pushing in to they're starting to have promise here. Alpharedic comes in, tries to put the pressure on the on, eventually going to go down, but still Forefront gonna hold on.
Yeah, really good job here from Forefront to be able to hold on to this to be able to hold on here. They're doing a really good job making sure they're able to keep themselves alive. Really good res there from a bunch of beasts to bring Mosquito Game back to the game. Oh no. Oh, that was close. That was almost a all out there for Boost. He tries to go around the long way. Gets boosted out here from Mr. S and then gets it. So this is an opportunity here for Delirium to try and push in this. So we'll see if they're able to do it, as they do have that advantage of the main tank being down for the side of Forefront. So the push is about to happen here. We'll see what the move is here from Delirium. I think they're going to be going onto this bridge. And the attack buys from Mosquito Game comes out. Doesn't get a lot of value though.
I think it's pressured so well. Nice to go in onto the backline, but Mosquito Game still gets something decent. When you get the resurrection off, Marshall will give their life for it. Boosted again, getting that hit onto the main G2. And now looks like he's coming in, trying to stay alive. Alpharedic is so low, and eventually gonna go down to Winston. He will get traded out. It is close now, but Mosquito Game is trying to close that gap and make sure that it's Forefront holding on.
Yeah, this soldier pick from Mosquito Game has done a lot thus far for Forefront. They've been able to withstand anything that Delirium has thrown at them, and it's just been a really good job in general from the side of Forefront to be able to withstand the pressure that's going on. So we'll see what the move is here from the side of Forefront. We'll see what the move is here from Delirium. They do have some ults coming online. They're probably going to be using this EMP to try and ban out the supports and have the rest of the team dive onto them. But we'll see. Anything can happen right now. And yep, that's exactly what they're going to do. EMP the Ana, EMP the Mercy. Only Ana, only top.
It'll just be the Ana, and will Alligator go down? The EMP goes off, but it will be Alligator going down. But it's immediately traded out. Diva T-Mech uses that self-destruct, won't even be able to remag that. Awful there. Also able to recall away and keep himself alive. All that Mercy is going to just get taken down, almost stay alive, but taken down in the end. It's Forefront still holding on. That res in a good position to defend again with all those ults going on.
Yeah, definitely. Forefront doing a great job being able to keep this out. That soldier has been doing a lot of work thus far, so we'll see what the move is here. They just really, Delirium just don't know how to deal with this soldier, and Mosquito Game has been getting pick after pick, especially with this Mercy boost from a bunch of bees. Delirium just have trouble trying to deal with this soldier, and that's what's costing them right now. Forefront are doing an amazing job playing with a Soldier 76 and just ruining the day of Delirium.
Let's get you back out there.
Even while you were talking there, boosted game in and got us three people, 3 kills in that one fight, and there's just nothing you can do at this point. You just have no ults left. You have one Bob to come in and contest the point. If possible, it looks like it eventually will, but you have the Mind, the Attack Visor, the Nana. There's so much that can come in. Mosquito Game going to use the Attack Visor, going to get the pick onto Zangetsu, gonna get taken down and immediately resurrected. There go the Minds from boosted. Casey Nuggies has the bomb to try and clear up the point. The Nana will go in onto, will get focused. Already has 2 picks so far, and it looks like they are looking for more. Boosted Team's gonna do some of their own fall, but it won't be enough to guarantee Forefront anything more than guarantee this team anything more than really just a few meters in point A, and that is a full hold for Forefront.
Yeah, Forefront, just really good coordination, really good, like, being able to pick out those sort of areas, taking it from multiple different angles, being able to really just pick out those small pieces that Delirium were not covering, and take the fight in their favor. So great job there from the side of Delirium, or great job there from the side of Forefront as they get that hold. 77.5 meters taken from Delirium. Now they got to try to hold that off, and it's going to be challenging here considering how well Forefront have done thus far. So it could be very challenging for Delirium. We'll see what their plan of attack is here, and if Forefront is going to be able to hold them off. Right now it looks like you're going to be seeing, yeah, Delirium, they're still trying to come up with a strategy because they don't have any of their picks available. They're just trying to figure out what to do here because they probably have never been held this hard on this map. It looks like they're going to be going for the Dallas 6-man with the Winston Diva, the Echo Reaper, the Lucio Moira. This is what they were able to get a lot of good success on, especially on Ilios. So most likely, go back to your bread and butter. Go back to what has worked before. Run it again. Make sure, try to get that victory in that way. So we'll see if they are able to do it here, and if there's a plan here for Forefront to be able to exploit it. They're showing the Doom Fist, which, okay, it's probably going to be a Symmetra so they can try to get this pole port. They're most likely going to do exactly what the other team did, except maybe teleport over to the bridge, and then have the Orisa halt, then have the Roadhog hook. Or you could just have the Roadhog hook the Diva, and File is just going to get caught out and lose the mech. Yep, that's how pole port works, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Overwatch.
Yeah, you get hooked and you die. You poke. I'm sorry, File. You poked your little toes. You poked your toesy woesies outside of the designated safe zone area. You got hooked and you died.
Yep.
Sorry. Welcome to the game.
Yep, we filed something for you, your death certificate. Because looks like Forefront now, they're starting to push that cart toward the end. Right now, Delirium has something in mind. File switch over to the Wrecking Balls. We'll see if it does anything. And another pole port! Oh my goodness.
You get hooked, you get cooked. That's just how this pole port strategy works. It's been working to perfection for Forefront. There is that aggression from boosted. It will result in some pressure onto Mr. RS, but I'm going to take them down entirely later. Actually, we'll finish them off. Still waiting for that push. There is the Nano going in on KFC Nuggets. I'm surprised that we thought it would have gone on to the Mosquito Game. He's going to use that tactical visor on that off angle. Lucio going after them, boosting them away. A bunch of bees going to get taken out by the Fire Strike. That's a big loss there. Even the anti-nade might not be able to set that, to offset that loss, and it will be Delirium pushing back the offense. But how long can they do it? Can they do it for 2.5 more minutes?
Yeah, it's going to be challenging here for Delirium. They do have Yeezus on this Reinhardt now, so now they have a little bit more sustainability compared to what they had before. Still not a lot, though. They do have this Reaper to try and do a lot of damage onto the Roadhog, you know? I mean, a Roadhog to a Reaper is just a health pack. So now we're going to be seeing if that's able to get out. Alpharette is switching over to his own Reaper, though, so that's going to provide a lot more pressure onto File and Yeezus, so we'll see what the plan of attack is here. Zangetsu probably wants to use this step. They're waiting. Okay, they're waiting for the enemy team to come through that small tunnel, but they don't know that they're on the high ground and already on the point.
Yeah, that's really good work. Your boosted goes in a little bit too aggressive. Gets taken down by Mr. RS. Mr. RS is using that whole hog on that copy roadhog too. Just put in all the pressure. He's down off rendered as well. That's a triple kill for SS. And now make it 4 for them onto boosted and just doing great work.
Yeah, that was actually a really good play there. I was talking about Zangetsu being on the high ground and waiting for the push. No, he was waiting to see if Boosted on the Roadhog would go toward his location. Boosted went onto the blue boxes, and Zangetsu started putting the bullets right into the Roadhog, burning them down. The duplicate from Mr. S was able to shut that out, so we'll see what the move is here. Now you see that the attack visor once again online here from Mosquito Game, but that's a big beat from Danilo.
That is absolutely the one sheet from Danilo. Now Zangetsu has this Death Blossom ready to come in. If it's big, that could set up Delirium to even get a fuller hold. Mosquito King goes down, but so does Garas. Is there going to be a resurrection there for Mr. RS? There's a shatter. It gets free. That is exactly what you want to see for Delirium. Will get the pick. There's Alley later. There's Alphabet. That's 2 for Zangetsu. Make it 3. Zangetsu might have just said for the fuller hold. This has been incredible.
Oh my goodness, Jesus Raya with the bait and switch. I'm like literally.
That's a huge stagger.
Big stagger onto a bunch of bees, and if they were able to get that kill on Mosquito, it'd be even worse. That was only 3 seconds here, but Jesus Raya did a really good job with that shatter, just baiting it, being able to get that perfect timing, and now it's overtime here for Forefront. What looked like a very good, what looked like a really amazing hold is about to become a nightmare because they can't push themselves.
A bunch of bees does their few ults that are coming up. If they can stay alive, you know, just a little bit longer. Already has the Death Blossom. You're sitting and immediately dies. Mosquito King has the tactical visor, and they even able to stay alive. Loses it, but the beat's there, and somehow, some way, Delirium are the ones coming out on top with the fuller hold.
Play of the game.
When you saw the first minute of that defense, you would have thought Forefront would have taken it. But Delirium, somehow, some way, as you said, they come back, they pull it through, and they hold the point even more than Forefront did. That's unreal. That is literally the definition of comeback that Delirium were able to pull off. And now heading into map 3, they're tied. That is unbelievable. So it's going to be interesting. Forefront get the next map choice, though. They might want to go for a more brawlier style. Because, again, we talked about they definitely felt more comfortable on the brawl. Not really comfortable on that dive. Not really comfortable on that spam. They want to play the brawl. So most likely we'll see what they decide to choose between Blizzard World, Kings Row, and the other map. No one really cares about the other map. It's usually Kings Row. So we're going to see what the plan of attack is here as... Really, Forefront has done a really good job thus far, and Delirium finally showing that they are not willing to play around. They are willing to try and win this match.
Yeah, I just saw your video just explode for a second.
No one else did. Don't worry about it.
No one else did. You know what? I do not see the technical issues. There are none. Our producer is perfect and never makes any mistakes whatsoever, and we love them for it.
No, they don't make any sort of mistakes. But we're going to see what the map choice is here from Forefront. And what do you know? As I said, it's Kings Row, baby. We're going to Scrims Row for our third map. The most favored map in all of Overwatch has returned here for Kings Row. And oh my goodness, this is going to be playing into Forefront's favor a lot. So we saw how good they were on the brawl composition when it came to Ilios. This is their bread and butter. Add on some jam, add in a little bit of coffee on the side. This is what they wanted, and they're willing to play it to the max, K-Wing. I'm excited for this. I think we're going to see Boosted Reinhardt go absolutely ham.
We've seen Boosted Reinhardt just dunk on fools. There's no other way to put it. We have seen Boosted Reinhardt just take some teams to task. Just demolish some teams, and I'm a little giddy too. You know what? I'm excited to see this too. because Boosted Reinhardt is a joy to watch, and I am so excited that we are going to see Boosted Reinhardt on what is in essence a Reinhardt's playground in Kings Row.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how Boosted's Reinhardt plays into this map. We might be seeing swaps come out here from Delirium unless they are trying to get ready. They had one player who just joined the lobby, so we'll see if they decide to sub them in. But oh man, I mean, obviously, I'm super excited to see see Boosted's Reinhardt, but more so, I'm interested to see what the response is from Delirium. Because remember, the last time we saw Forefront play a brawl style, Delirium tried to counter it, and it really didn't work on Shadow Dive. So we'll see if they're able to do it here on Kings Row. If they're able to run some sort of quirky strategy to get this to work, or if they're going to be following flat here when it comes to up against Forefront. We're still waiting for the lobby to be ready. We're just waiting on Delirium to get some things sorted. They might want to make a sub. They might want to make an adjustment. We'll see what the move is. They actually, as I say that, they make an adjustment. Live is coming back in for Yeezus on the tank role. Obviously, Yeezus was meant for a specific strategy. Now they're swapping him in for now they're swapping him out for a different strategy. So we'll see what the move is here from Delirium and what other swaps they decide to make. But it's going to be an interesting match. And honestly, I think we're going to be in for an amazing show here, K-Wing.
I am just so excited for Kings Row. I mean, do I even need to explain Kings Row to you guys? Do I need to? It's Kings Row. It's the Brawl playground. It is Brawl Central. It is birthplace of goats. It is everything that this sort of physical, in-your-face strategy wants in a map.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they decide to run here as we get a beautiful look at the Hoof and Haunch, a beautiful eatery here in the sights of Kings Row, alongside that bookshop right there on the right. Most notable for its corner placement and its health pack service. You know, that's always good to have here. But we're going to be seeing, as usual, Forefront are running the stock standard brawl. Ryan Diva, Cassidy May, Lucio Bap. That is what they're deciding to run here on Kings Row. This is stock standard. This is what you expect. On the side of Delirium, they're also running that similar style, except one exception. Mr. S on the Hanzo, which provides you a lot more damage. So now, there's going to be a challenge for Boosted Shield, and we'll see if Delirium are able to take advantage of it. Never mind, we're seeing a full mirror. Full mirror stock standard brawls. I shouldn't have opened my mouth. Most likely the Hanzo was just there for one pick, unable to get any big picks. So we'll see what the move is here. Here comes the advance from Delirium. Oh, big wall!
That's the early wall coming in. Looks like both these teams are going to be sandwiched in between them as now rolling out in front of us. Boosted goes low. Was aggressive. Going to get taken down. That shield shattered. Was giving him an alternative open up picks of their own. But if you lose your Reinhardt, it's difficult. I say difficult, but not impossible. As DPS decide, fine, I'll do it myself. And they're snapping their fingers here.
You best head for the hills.
That's a bad stagger on the Zangetsu as well. Ends up leaving the spawn and gets a face full of icicle from all for Reddit. You know, ice cream's very popular in this time of year, but regardless, very, very good engage there from Forefront. Pretty much you have Boosted, just go out there and try to take as much damage as possible, get all that poke, have everybody focus him, and then all of a sudden you have the rest of the team just follow up on Boosted, just going aggressive, and then just getting those massive pickoffs. So great job there from Forefront to be able to take that. Now, the engage coming out here from Delirium. Gonna get a little sideline here, take the windows out from that later, but Marshall also used the window. That's a dead eye in the backline for this video game. Get the wall off. That's a massive play. But we'll see what Delirium decides to do here. No windows on either side. See what the move is here.
I think the Blizzard's going to come after him from off of Reddit, but he does have to deal with the Blizzard from both these teams. Going to actually be the first to fall as off of Reddit. Next,
big block.
Shatter
Big block.
Both shattered. Block. Then G2 uses the die. Gets the pick on Tuali later, and it is going to be Delirium taking this point after a not inconsiderable amount of struggling there. Eventually, it will be them taking this point and moving on to the street phase.
Yeah, Delirium did a really good job on the engage. They played it really well. They were able to get that Blizzard out first, which was crucial in their success. They were able to make sure that Alpha Reddit could not get their Blizzard out. and just took advantage of the fight. So great job there from Delirium. They will be getting this first point. We'll be seeing Mosquito Games switch over to the Symmetra, which is interesting. It can work. It provides you a little bit quicker mobility here to be able to move from this archway to the bookstore in case you get overpressured. But we'll see what the move is here from Forefront and what Delirium is going to be able to do about it. There are some ults building up on both sides, so it's going to be a pandemonium coming up here. I'm all prepared for it.
I am ready for it as well. There comes there's so much happening. 3 freezes. There's another Blitz small for Reddit. And the bomb as well coming in the back line. Lucio goes down and just so much happening, but it is going to be Forefront getting the advantage. File swinging the hammer side to side, but it will not make a difference one way or the other.
Yep, good engage from Forefront. They played that really well. They didn't use too many ults. They only had to beat the Blizzard and the Bomb for stability. 3 Bs to be able to clean up that fight, and now they have some ults to build up for the next one. So great job by them to be able to use those ults significantly better. Now, on the side of Delirium, you do have ults coming up. They do have to struggle through this archway, which is a very good defense point here on King's Row, but anything is possible. Yeah, no, yeah, now they have a Symmetra. Zangetsu's on the sim as well. They might try to go for a back shatter, but
that wall. Oh, they walled off their own shatter. They just walled off their own shatter. Oh, that's brutal. Have to pay respect. Have to pay respect. Unfortunate. That's no one's fault. That is just a miscommunication.
Yeah, miscommunication, misplacement, pretty much all in that sort of such. I mean, File was in a very tight space, literally in a tight alleyway there on King's Row, so really couldn't do anything about that. But here's the good news: you do see that there is a player missing on the side of Forefront. And they're missing their Baptiste. And obviously running back to get them, so we'll see. They're probably going to have them for this next fight. But you see that now Delirium want to take this very long flank. So we'll see if it's able to get them any sort of advantage, because now the fight is already, the team is already back, and File's dropping already very early. So that's a big blizzard from Mr. F.
Wall. That's a huge wall. Huge blizzard catches out 3, and it is just carving through the members of Forefront Esports.
Yeah, good job there from Delirium to be able to take that back. They did a really good job just making that engage. Really good blizzard, really good wall. That was the only ult they really used in that fight, and they were able to execute it perfectly. So now they have a really good push coming into the next one. But I would prepare, because Forefront have all 6 ults. Except the only ult they don't have is this window, but it's probably the fortification shield, photon barrier from Mosquito Game. But it's probably still going to be a very ult-heavy fight. The wall's already invested from Zangetsu. We'll see what we can do.
Oh, there's so much happening on this stage. Visual Clutter is 3 people on the ground for File. He's gonna swing the hammer and catch a few picks for himself. He's gonna try and charge at that Baptiste. But it is a 1 fight for Delirium, interestingly enough.
Yeah, and I think the biggest loss there is look on the side of Forefront. They used 4 of their ults in that fight and did not win that. That is catastrophic here. Second point will go to Delirium. They have about 2 minutes to try and finish this map for themselves and try to get us to overtime rounds. But still, Delirium looking really well on this Brawl Comp. They're finally showing that they can, too, play this Brawl Comp. If the wall comes out here from Mosquito Game, it looks like the push is going to come out here early on the side of Forefront. They just want this fight to end. And already you see fast engage from Delirium. Really good job to be able to notify that that fight was just lost from there and just wait for everything to move it out. Now, no full-time barrier, no window on the side of Forefront. Now Delirium had the advantage. This is the time for them to win this fight.
Here comes the bomb from Live, but it's gonna get a bunch of bees and Alley later as well. Still, those supports are coming in, and it's a quick retreat for the members of Forefront Esports.
Yeah, Delirium played that perfectly. It was literally poetry in motion. Disengage when the fight seems lost, or when they use the biggest ults in their field. Bring it in with your own ult to be able to take that back. Does Mosquito really? Okay, no. Goes for the TP into the back. Does a little TP bomb, trying to make sure they can get any sort of value. And already Forefront are pushing forward. That TP was a bait to be able to make sure that they get this push happening.
Both the blizzards happening at once. Feels like what's happening outside right now, as the Shadow from Bootsy is going to hit that wall from Zangetsu, and it is just nothing compared to them, and going to get up. We're gonna get taken off the side of Lucio, oddly enough. The shatter. What a play. It's too thick. Here comes the bomb from KFC. But there is the remake kill. The remake kill. Gets two. Gets the D-Mech and the Reinhardt.
KFC Nuggies might have just brought this fight back from the brink to the thief, but it's going to depend on what happens here. Danilo will die here, but now it's only 30 seconds for Delirium. They look like they just want to get out of this fight, retreat, get themselves back, get recuperated. That's all they want to do right now, and that's what they're going to be able to do. They only have 13 seconds to try to push this, but they should be able to touch that cart before then. It's all going to depend on if they get stalled out or not. Zangetsu does not have that TP online. It's all going to be up to Danilo and the rest of the team to be able to touch, and they will be able to get that cart touch. Now it's just trying to win this fight, which is looking rough because they don't have a lot of ults online. But it's still possible here for Delirium to win.
Blizzard and both are gonna come online. Blizzard has the shatter,
and he's
gonna
off
get taken off the side. Both off the side. Danilo able to get another off the side as well, taking off a bunch of beams. Iho is free to swing to his heart's content and finish in overtime.
Yeah, Delirium did a really good job of that push. They froze up Boosted, and everybody focused all their attention onto Boosted, making sure that Reinhardt could not get the value. The easy solution, and just booped him off the map. So great job there from Delirium to realize that that was a win con and be able to win that. I also noticed that, I believe it was either Alpha Red or Mosquito Game, was in the ice block, then came out of the ice block immediately as File was charging them, so they died. They died to the charge, which was pain, just pain, but... Delirium, they are able to finish King's Row with no time in the bank. We're going to see if they're going to be able to hold off Forefront for as well, or Forefront are going to be able to get those overtime rounds here on King's Row. So we'll see. Right now, on the defense, once again, Delirium are showing this sort of brawl style with the Sim Mei. So they obviously want to commit to this sort of close range combat style that we saw from their attack last time. Might be making a few swaps here. I don't know. Danilo was running back. That's the only reason I would think that they'd be making swaps. Probably doesn't look like they will, so. Still, we're going to be seeing that interesting style. They don't all stay in this statue, do they? They're probably all going to be staying in this statue. But it's going to be interesting because you see, it's going to be a mirror matchup once again. This time, no Cassidy, but instead the Symmetra. So we'll see which team is able to take advantage of it. It looks like you are going to be seeing the members of Delirium stay within this statue area and try to take the brawl right here. But the side of Forefront, oh, they're just going to TP straight to the point.
It looks like indeed they are going to TP to the point, but this File going to fall first. Incredible, going to download Frozen and Chuck. Taking a task, and they're just going to run rampant and take down all the members of Delirium. Complete contrast to what happened on Delirium's attack, incredibly quick, and they're going to have a gigantic time bank on their hands. I am talking about 5, almost 6 minutes.
Yeah, but it looks like Delirium want to try to push forward. They have this wall coming out from this year to be able to try and bring themselves back. So we'll see what the move is here. Zangetsu wants to TP into there, try to get that TP bomb, but doesn't get a lot of value in it. So we'll see what the move is here. They might just want to stay by this bookstore, but already you see that Forefront, they're trying to push forward. They have the window right on that corner, and they're trying to make sure that Delirium cannot get this close for any sort of reason whatsoever. So we'll see where the advantage lies right now. You do see that Mr. S will have this Blizzard online. So obviously building out that Blizzard much faster might mean that Delirium take the advantage of this fight, but we'll see. The wall comes out early from Mosquito Game. This could cause some problems.
Oh! There's the shatter! Boosted finds 3 with the shatter, takes them down, and the window on Marshall is not going to mean anything, especially when Mr. S's Blizzard is gone. KFC Nuggies munching it up immediately. There's the bomb, and it'll find Marshall and the demon on the live as well. The wall comes out from Zangetsu as well.
Well, it still might be winnable. It's 4v4 situation right now on the cart. Forefront do have only 4, and so does Delirium. So it might be winnable here, but it's going to be challenging. Delirium are actually going to have all 6 back for this fight. They're going to be starting to push the engage, and there's a shatter. This time it's 5 on the ground.
5 on the ground, a bunch of Beezos. Time for the Beezos. Too late for Ali later. And Forefront pushing back in, finding pick on the File thanks to a level 3 laser from from Mosquito Game, actually. I was just saying forefront from Mosquito Game, as now they're pushing back in again. You lost this linchpin on this Reinhardt, and these two are going so at it so hard it might take the server down. And Mr. RS, stop it! You don't get to use the ult. Unbind Q, you simpleton. None shall ult when KFC Nuggies is nearby.
Yeah, KFC Nuggies. KFC Nuggies is very hungry. That probably explains the name. You know, it's 9 o'clock. Probably didn't have any dinner before this match. But regardless, really good job there from Forefront to be able to withhold the sustainability. Just keep the sustainability throughout that entire engage. It looked like Delirium could have brought it back, but Forefront just continually kept waiting for the perfect moment, and they were able to find it. They picked off File. The rest of the fight was history. Boosted went in the backline with a TP and got the pick of the big Zangetsu. Oh my goodness, that is massive. Forefront. They know what they're doing with this sim comp. They want to end it here.
Also Reddit, there's the Junkrat. The Junkrat actually takes down Boosted thanks to that amplification matrix. Now File is going in incredibly fast. I'm so nervous when these TPs come up because I know that there can be so much crazy things. I'm looking for a TP shatter. I'm looking for them to TP behind the enemy team, come in, slam it down.
I mean, we just saw the TP charge come out from Mosquito Game and Boosted, so I would not be surprised if we saw a TP shatter coming out from Mosquito Game and Boosted. But regardless, now Forefront are going to be trying to push into this. They do have some massive ults coming online here to be able to try and win this. So we'll see if they're able to do it. Oh, but Boosted's trapped in that Junkrat trap, just barely able to stay alive, and the tire's going to come out from Mr. S. Will he be able to get anything big? Doesn't look like
it's
it'll probably
hovering right around that main tower. It's actually going to be KFC taking it down. Later, also going. Although that baptism is so important, you can't do a lot without it. There's the slam, the Diva Bomb. The Diva Bomb gets two in the D-Max, but also then after that beat there, going to save them and alive and running.
Yeah, it was also the shatter there from File that kept the rest of Forefront Esports back. Because everyone was shattered by that, the bomb was able to get two, but no one was able to follow up on that. They weren't able to push forward. By the time they were ready to start pushing forward, they had already lost two as well. So really, really good play by File there to be able to bring that back. So now, Forefront, they're going to be pushing in with this shatter. We might see a big play coming out here. If this shatter is massive, you can expect Forefront to bring this to the end. So we'll see if they're able to launch it off.
There's the shatter block. File
big block.
Crucial block there. The card comes in close. 2.2 meters left. Incredible. Mr. RM has the tire. Gonna launch it forward. Will it find any picks is the question. Over on top. Coming in behind. Comes in just barely. But File is gonna be there to finish it off. Still alive here is Delirium, and they've cut this thing down in half.
Yeah, Delirium doing a really good job making sure that they're just prolonging these fights as much as possible, bringing it into their favor, and they're not using a lot of ults in the sideline. Look at how much ults they still have in reserve for this next fight. But still, in Forefront, they're continuing trying to push forward. They do have this split for the next fight, and they're already trying to TP, trying to onto that high ground, but Mr. S already knows it's there, and he ends up destroying it. So we'll see what the move is here from Forefront. They don't have that TP anymore, so we'll see what they decide to do here for the engage. Here comes the bomb from Live. Is there going to be a Shatterer for Fire? No.
Live actually is going to get the card coming in close. They weren't actually even going to be able to touch it, just barely.
File's there.
File is there, gonna charge off edit, but still, someone goes off the side. Elevator goes off the side. That's actually crucial. That's actually massive. If who can stay on the card, this could be enough. Diva gonna get knocked off. That's a huge move. That could have been huge there from a bunch of people. Getting that Diva off the side, it might still be winnable here. But with these staggers coming back in, this Doom is still just barely staying alive. It could be so close here, and it's gonna be on the Forefront to decide when this is over. And if this is over, and it looks like you have just barely gonna stay alive. Just staying alive on this warrior, that is so crucial to keep this stagger going. Alphared finds his pick with the Helix rocket. KFC Nugget has the Diva Bomb to try and clear off. I want to see if they use it exactly as I think they are. Look, here it comes. Is people going to stay on the card? They have to. There's the kill onto Zangetsu, and there you have it. just barely. Incredible stagger there, because look at the time, 1 minute and 51 seconds. 9 seconds earlier, if that finish happened 9 seconds earlier, we would not be going into a round 3 with a potential to win for both teams.
Yeah, really good job there from Delirium. They held that for 4 minutes. 4 minutes is super hard to stall out for that long, but they were able to hold that out for 4 minutes, and you saw the desperation. It looked winnable for them there on the desperation move, so we'll see what they decide to do here. They're going to be getting the first attack. It looks like they're going to be sticking Mr. S still on this Junkrat, which, I mean, you can't blame him. That Junkrat was doing so much value there toward the end. It was literally a difference maker there for the side of Delirium. So we're gonna be seeing Mr. S back on the Junkrat forefront, running out with the stock standard brawl. May, Cass, Ryan, Diva, Lucio, Mab, which we've been seeing them do really well on all series. So we'll see which team gets the advantage here. It's gonna be interesting to see. Most likely we might be seeing Mosquito Game switch over to a Symmetra, but it's gonna be risky considering that they have that full frontal pressure from Mr. S and Zangetsu on the Symmetra. So we'll see. The doors are about to open. Let's see what the plan is for both of these teams. Which team's going to be able to come out on top here on King's Row, or if we're just going to have a draw.
Absolutely, right now, we're looking at two teams that need to win this first fight. If you don't win this first fight, especially for Delirium, you're just going to struggle here. I'm not sure if my voice is even going through. I think it's cut out. Don't know if anything's going through, but I'm just going to cast as if it is going through. Alligator and Marshall's Immortality Field is going to go down. He's also going to be crucial. Keep an eye on those Baptiste ults here.
Oh, big wall coming out here as he seems to have lost K-Wing here, but still, I'll be able to pick it up here from now. Here comes the tire for Mr. S. Unable to get anything, but Zangetsu has found the pick onto Boosted. Mosquito Game is dying. Oh, Low finally deciding to show up here on this Reddit. Lucio being able to try and get as much value as possible coming out here. And it looks like you will be seeing Delirium get the win here. This fight will be theirs. They will be able to get this point in overtime. Barely. Delirium are able to win this fight. And K-Wing, you're back. You've been sitting amazing.
It was so incredible. It crashed my Discord. You know?
Yeah.
It was so amazing. My Discord couldn't even handle it. It just crashed to the ground. I don't know. Boosted has this shatter here. I'm looking to see if how are they going to go to move in here? They've got a lot of ults. They have the potential here to make something big happen, make something crazy happen. We'll have to see who's going to make the first move. Oh, Beretta goes down. That's a huge ult you don't have. Going to actually try to shatter. Boosted charges, doesn't find anything actually going to get taken down. The Mosquito Game going to retreat and to run to live another day, and I'm even going to try and pull in the Deadeye.
Yeah, that was the massive pick. That was the best case scenario there for Delirium. They got rid of that May, which got rid of the Blizzard in turn, which was one of the only ults they had. Boosted Shatter only got onto Danilo, but it was a massive protection for the rest of Delirium to keep that Lucio alive. So really good job there from Delirium, being able to withstand that Shatter, be able to find that first pick. But now Delirium are looking very rough here. They have to try and get big picks here. Oh no! And Mr. S has already found them. Cassidy with the back line, trying to get that spike. Deadeye! That is massive. That's already one of the big picks off. Boosted found that tire with the fire strike. It's still winnable here. Almost that Shatter comes through!
Bunch of these have the speed for it, so it's not going to find any picks. There's the Blizzard from Alpha Reddit, and it's going to be Mr. RS going down. Here's the Diva Bomb from the live. It'll find Allie later, and there you go. File picking up a handful of picks for themselves and pushing in. Good try there. Good try, Mosquito Game. Goodbye.
Yeah. See you, Mosquito Game. Probably going to be swapping off to a Symmetra or a Junkrat here. But really, Delirium have been making a miracle push here. They only had a minute on the clock. Now they're on point C, trying to finish out the map here. They've just been really good at dictating this aggression. I talked about how they lacked it on Ilios, and now they finally found it here on King's Row. So now, Delirium looking really strong. They look like they're going to be able to try and push into this final point. We'll see. They're trying to get the push here. They do not have the ult to be able to make this fight happen, but they've already got the pick on the Reddit. That's massive!
Alpha Red is gone. Boosting up the shadow. There's a fire strike. The immortality field comes out from Marshall and will eventually go down. Can't see that you can see Max. All these ults are gonna go through. Mr. Eyes goes down. There's the shatter. It gets 4. That's exactly what you want. He's gonna go down. There's the shatter. The file will get a few. But it will enough is the question. Boosted will fall, and it will be Delirium still going and still keeping it alive. But for how long is the question? It depends how long this fight goes. A bunch of bees goes down. Oh no! If Alligator gets caught out, this could be deadly. If Alligator gets caught out,
she's just gonna fall off the map. Good point. Good play there from Alligator. Just get off the map. Make sure you don't get too staggered. But you're gonna be seeing KCW try to touch. But Mosquito Game has already been picked off. This could be disastrous here. Delirium need to try and get themselves beat. Delirium so close to finishing this, unless they get moved up the cart, which they won't. And I can't believe it, K-Wing. They are almost about to finish this.
I think it's very close. The Blizzard comes in. Is there anyone to follow it up?
No!
They finished! They
6
finished the
points.
map! They finished the map! It was a minute on the clock. We were like, oh, maybe if they can like get a tick on point 8, that'd be great. No, they finished the map. We are at a point where you have to, if you are, where you have to finish the map now. All of the pressure is off of them. All of the pressure is off of them. They have nothing else. Delirium only have to defend, and even if they can't defend, it's fine.
Yeah, my goodness. We were talking about how there was a 4-minute hold. They were able to hold that for 4 minutes on point C. That 4 minutes made all the difference. If they did not get those 9 seconds, if they were not able to hold them for those extra 9 seconds to make it so that Forefront did not finish the map, or made it so that they finished the map before a minute was on the clock, this couldn't have happened. We wouldn't have seen this amazing push, the amazing dictation of aggression coming out from Delirium. Now here they are looking at a great chance of winning this map, but they have to hold off the enemy team. Looks like you're going to be seeing Forefront come out here with the Symmetra, but this time they're putting all for Reddit on the Genji. No, they're going to put him on the Junkrat. That's what I thought. They're going to have this high damage just like the enemy team. It's going to be a mirror matchup here with the Symmetra Genji. It all depends on which team is able to come out on top. Good TP from Mosquito Game, and guess who's up there? Donito on the Lucio. This could be massive. They get the pick off.
He gets the pick up on his Zangetsu.
Oh, that's even worse.
You lose that Symmetra, you lose that constant thing, the constant of the damage, and now it is just Forefront being in damage with all for Reddit on that Junkrat. It is so much to come in there. I'll try to push immediately. You need it. Just destroyed, gone, reduced to atoms.
Yeah, right now Delirium looking very rough. They have 3 people back at the longest spawn point now on the map, and now they have to try and wait for all of that, try to get out of there as quickly as possible. So now Delirium, they're looking at a very rough situation. They need to try and wait here. They have a minute to be able to bring themselves back until overtime starts. They still have the opportunity, and Forefront are trying to take advantage of it. They're pushing pretty far up. Not too far up as we've seen other teams like Reminiscence, but they're still pushing pretty far up to try and take that space, deny any opportunity for Delirium to get that close hold, and make it so any sort of progress they get is going to be permanent progress. Here comes the window from Alligator, trying to push, once again, to push Delirium back. That's all they want to do. Keep Delirium out of the picture. Make it so that they can have this advantage for as much as possible. But Delirium takes the TP. They have that way to be able to get behind them. We'll see what's able to take the advantage here, as ults are going to be coming online. Watch these ult frenzies fly left and right, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a mess.
Both the Riptires are there. The Riptire's actually going to try and duck inside. It's going to catch the on the flank. There's the Shatter. Catches 3.
Please don't choke.
Oh, it's so much. First my Discord crashes, now my Discord crashes. Kyle,
it's
Riptire! The Riptire! Mr. Ara comes in with the Riptire. 3, 4, gets it all. And Delirium holds strong with an incredible push.
I think that was a 6K there from Mr. S to be able to bring that back for Delirium. Delirium, a monstrumental push results in a win here for Kings Row. Let's see if this is actually it. Yes, it is. This is the exact point I was talking about. This was, I believe,
One,
a 6K
2.
from Mr. S. There's 2. Here comes the tire, about to get 2 more. And then the final 2 kills that you saw in the match. That was a 6K from Mr. S on the Junkrat. What? When does that happen? How do you let that happen, Forefront? You
What
were
a
doing
mess.
so well on Brawl, and then you let a Junkrat of all people take advantage of it, but still, oh my god, this has just been an amazing match thus far, and it's only halftime, K-Wing. We still have not even
Gosh.
close to ending this match.
Oh no.
We still have at least 2 maps to go here, so
At least.
at least 2 maps, so
How
it's
this
been
is going.
yeah, this is just an amazing match, and honestly, there's a reason these two teams are fighting for a championship. But now they get some time to relax, think about their strategies. So when we come back after this halftime, we see who will be the champion of the North American Community Championship Tournament. We'll see you guys on the other end.
welcome back. Before we went to break, we had an incredibly close face-off between Forefront Esports and Delirium with, in my opinion, I thought that both of these fights could have, all three of these maps could have gone the other way if just a few things had changed, culminating in that map 3 with Forefront Esports and Delirium basically being 9 seconds away from a different result. Incredible. I don't know what else to say. Incredible. And now we're going to Volskaya Industries, where looking to equalize, it is, of course, Forefront Esports' map choice.
Yep, Forefront Esports chose Volskaya after losing King's Row and Delirium. They decided to go on the defense first, so Delirium will be in the blue, Forefront will be in the red, like they were in the first map, so it's going to be interesting here to see which team gets the advantage here on Volskaya, because obviously this is the map choice of Forefront, but we just saw Forefront lose on their map choice when they lost on King's Row, so we'll see if they're able to take advantage of it here. So as we're about to enter into the map, it's going to be very interesting to see which team gets the best advantage, which team is able to come out on top. We're currently getting ready to start here on Volskaya, just getting some production things worked out, but eventually we will be getting into the map. We will be getting all sorted. We will be doing that sort of such. But it's going to be interesting to see what comes out here as we're about to get started here on Volskaya Industries. Right now in the defense, Delirium showing a dive composition. On the other side, Forefront running this sort of Hog Sigma again. Remember, we saw this in the last series. We saw this Hog Sigma on most of these maps. So now, once again, Forefront bringing it out. They thought, okay, we're done playing with our normal strengths. Let's play something waney and let's play something wacky and hope they catch the team off guard. So now we'll see what the move is here from Delirium, how they're going to be responding to this. They are on this defense. Already Files found some big picks, and that's already big. Yep.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's just it. Back spawn Forefront. Try again.
Already lost your Mercy. It's a big pick to lose here. Really, Forefront are just waiting for the perfect opportunity, but now that you're down your Mercy and Soldier, which obviously we're trying to take that opposite high ground, you really don't have another option here, except to just wait, maybe? You might be able to have Mosquito Game pick out Mr. SMTX. It won't be right now, but we'll see. And Mercy once again getting picked off.
Taken down again.
Yeah, Bunch of Bees dead again.
Gitsu will fall, but School boosted and you're down again. You down both your support. And yeah, you do take down both the Delirium support, so it's going to be even here. No support on either side. Just about again for Peace and then Peace and dies. Because why not? And Delirium will stay alive and keep it all going.
Yeah, Delirium doing a good job just holding this off with this sort of composition. This is a composition, I may have mentioned this 100 times, but this is a composition that seems to mainly been developed, or mainly been popularized by the former Tranquility team, Reckless Alpha. This was a composition they loved playing, except usually they'd have a Soldier instead of an Echo. But still, they love playing this composition. It allows them to have a lot of damage, and it allows them to have a lot of damage and be able to cause a lot of distractions. And right now, Delirium are trying to make use of that, but this attack visor from Mosquito Game might just shut up.
It might just, and yeah, it looks like it. Mosquito Game going to get slammed on a bunch of these as well. It's going to fall, and with that Transcendent, it's going to up now. Delirium holding on.
Yeah, Delirium are just able to keep bringing it back with this composition. When one dies, the rest of the team just continually comes back from it, and they're able to just bring it back in their favor. So, really, Delirium are playing this composition really well. They're just playing the distraction comp, being able to pick out those lone soldiers on the enemy team, and are taking advantage of that. So much so that we see them running this Brig Zen on the enemy side. So we'll see what the move is here. Oh, and Files already found the biggest target he could. Yeah, that's not a good start. So we'll see what the plan is here from Forefront. They only have a minute left in the clock, K-Wing. They don't have a lot of time to try and make these pushes happen. Oh, but that's a massive pick from Alpha Reddit.
But it's also Reddit immediately getting traded out, and KFC Nuggets goes down as well. Like they're able to scheme incredibly well and take down exactly who they need to take down, even without using a lot of these ultimates. Like they just rally, and that's it. That's the only ult they've really used in a while.
Yeah, but
And that's a huge stagger there.
Yeah, but look in the background. Danilo died on the Zenyatta. He's currently running back from spawn, so that means that for the most part, Delirium are going to be in the disadvantage. They might not be able to get Danilo back until 10 seconds are left in the match. This could be very risky if anybody from the side of Forefront realizes this. Game over. But now it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. They're using their ults, and already they've lost boosted.
They lose boosted even with Peason's transcendence, it's just not enough. And their RS going to pull out the whole hog and do a little bit of damage, flying off into the sunset, and then crashing back unceremoniously back to the ground. They will get that first hit though, thanks to, in part, that sort of what they really needed there from the supports being staggered.
Yeah, I think the big thing is they killed lane on the Brigitte, meaning there were basically no heals on the side of Delirium. They just weren't able to heal. They did not have the heals to be able to sustain themselves, and therefore ended up falling to the hands. You're gonna see Mosquito Game use this tag visor really early. There's nobody really in sight to use it, but it's just so that Forefront can get on the point and try to get some progress up so that they're not facing global territory. But still, it's already going in the favor of the enemy team.
Yeah, it's going right in the favor of Delirium, and that's all she wrote.
Pretty much. But there are substantial picks up. Boosted and P-Sen might try to make the push here. No, looks like they're just going to back. Boosted one. Maybe Boosted. Come on. There you go. In. No. Looks like they're going to be waiting. It looks like they're going to be waiting for the rest of their team to come back, but really good sustain again from Delirium. They're playing this comp really well. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity and then just collapsing on the members of Forefront that are out of position. Now Forefront, they switched Mosquito Game over to the Ashe, which is very questionable pick. The Ashe does not really benefit from this composition because the entire enemy team is just going to be diving.
Yeah, you don't have as much movement ability as other characters, but still, Teason uses this transcendence, able to keep their team alive and keep the push going. The pick just barely close. That's so good. Some members able to come in right before that first hit and keep the point safe.
Yeah, Delirium once again do a really good job of being able to re-engage into that fight. They had the abilities online, they used everything picture perfectly, and it didn't waste any ults except that minefield for that entire fight. So really, a good job. They just waited for the perfect opportunity to be able to bring that in, and they were able to do so. So great job by them. You will be seeing swaps come out from Forefront, however. KFC Nuggets is back on the D.Va, all for Reddit on the Tracer, a bunch of Bs on the Lucio. Most likely to get in there and be able to finish that. That could have been a catastrophic hook if it landed. Zangetsu gets away with his life. And Danilo gets the pick off the Mosquito Game. Oh, that's gonna be very bad here for Forefront. They're gonna be down they're gonna be down one of their supports for this as well. Oh man, this could be bad. Danilo's dead.
That's really not good. Bunch of Bs goes down. These supports have been haunted like there's some sort of species nearing extinction. That's horrible.
I mean, if we're talking extinction, Tank is the one that's near extinction. But now only 10 seconds left here for Forefront. Someone's got to be able to touch this point. The closest is going to be KFC Nuggets. Maybe all for Reddit touches. Nope. KFC Nuggets is going to be able to touch here on the D.Va, but it's looking dire here. They lost Mosquito Game, and P-Sen, but Danilo is dead.
It's just immediate. These supports just go down.
Support's dead for the enemy team.
All the tanks and all of the DPS just focus on the other supports. There's like no heal at all, but it is going to be just point A now for Delirium.
Yep, Delirium will get that hold onto Forefront. It looked possible for Forefront. They were able to pick off both of the supports, as I mentioned, but not able to get any sort of follow-up on that. So it will be Forefront stopping at point A. Delirium will get that second point hold, as now they're going to be going on to the attack here. So we'll see. Delirium looking really good thus far. So we'll have to see what the move is here from the side of Delirium, what they decide to go here for the attack. Forefront, they have a tough challenge because obviously they did not look good when it came to that composition. They looked like they didn't know how to play that composition. They looked like it was kind of rough. So we'll see what the move is here. 5 seconds to see the compositions, and it looks like Forefront might be playing it back into them. They might be playing that Ball Diva back into them with the Hanzo Tracer this time. So we'll see what the move is. Yep, they're going to be playing the comp back into them, except with a Hanzo instead of an Echo. So we'll see if it plays to their advantage. Delirium running the Mercy instead of the Brigida is a risky play. Obviously, the Mercy gives you that Echo pocket, but you don't have the protection for your Zenyatta. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Lane switch off of the Mercy onto the Brigida, but it's not like the worst thing if Lane is on this Mercy. We'll have to see what the move is here from the side of Delirium as they're about to get out of the gates, and we'll see if they run the Mercy pocket. It looks like they will be running that Mercy pocket for Mr. S. Oh.
Yeah, you know, already. Mosquito game got a little bit of damage, but
I boosted.
I boosted.
Playing statue. He's playing statue. Don't worry about it. But already Donito dies. Massive picks him off already. That's what this Hanzo provides you. Range. Range can definitely benefit the side of Forefront. Because if you remember, when the enemy team, when Delirium ran this on defense, they had the Echo. They had damage over range. With Hanzo, you kind of have both. You have the range that can hit headshots like that onto the enemy team, but you also have the damage with those storm arrows that can do a lot in the long run. So we'll see which team gets the advantage. Mosquito game was very low there, however, trying to get that little bait out. So we'll see if Delirium is able to make this move. They're starting to push through that little garage area, so we'll see if they're able to get any sort of big picks. Here comes the dive.
Oh, that big pick we were talking about is gone. Just gone. Alfred finds that first pick and
I mean, tactical reset. Tactical reset. That is how it's supposed to be.
Was it just accidental? I feel like it was accidental. Either way, it looked pretty funny.
Yep. Really, Forefront have just been able to expose this strategy. That is big. Good play from Mosquito game. Right from the top rope. Coming down, destroying Donito with that pulse bomb. And now you see that Delirium, they've started to stagnate a little bit. They have this Brigida online. They have had this Brigida for a little bit. No more Mercy, but still, they just haven't been able to try and deal with the one difference between their composition and the enemy teams, which is this Hanzo. They need to try and deal with Alpharetta's Hanzo, which has been really good. He's been able to hit really good headshots and delete the enemy team very quickly. So we'll see if they're able to push onto him, be able to get that push successful, or if this is going to be a lost fight here for Delirium. Here comes the dive once again from File, right onto the high ground, right to the enemy team.
Pushing it in, just come in with that rope, but it's Zangetsu falls first again. Here comes Alphabet, goes in the Dragon Strike, but it does take a little longer than the Diva expected, but it is the members of Forefront Esports getting all the picks that they could want, and it is another hold for them.
Yeah, Forefront Esports doing a really good job on the hold here, so it's gonna be interesting to see if they're gonna be able to full hold this. Oh, but that's bad. Boosted. He tried to go for Mr. S there in the back line, but Zangetsu met him there, and now Boosted is down. Your main tank is down. Both of your tanks are not in the fight. This could be disaster for Forefront here. The KFC Nuggies will be back though, but already you've lost a bunch of bees.
Peace and Transcend, but who is there to transcend for at this point?
Probably was going to protect yourself against the pulse bomb.
That's true, but at this point, that was so cool. That was cool from his dress. Just protecting himself from the Diva Bomb with the copy, and now going to be throwing in some Diva Bombs as well. It is like fireworks. That's one way to celebrate capturing this point, potentially. Not if Forefront Esports have anything to say about it. They want to protect their ability to win here, but it looks like they actually will. Oh no, they won't actually. They will.
No, they were losing that
They'll
fight.
hold it. They'll
Yeah.
push it past.
Heroics from Delirium made it so that they were able to take that forefront. Unfortunately, could not get the job done there. Great job by Delirium, using those ults and those abilities to the maximum to be able to take that. So now, Delirium are booking into point C, but they have no ults on the board. So right now, their main goal, bait out these ults from forefront and be able to try and take the victory here. They have to be careful about some of these about the players and picks that could happen here. If they are able to get some big picks, they could try to win this fight off of no ults. But it is a big challenge that they're looking into. See what the move is here. As you already see Mr. S trying to go into that back. He's found a bunch of bees!
Oh, that's huge. Peason really low. If Peason goes down here, so close to going down. Peason is still alive. Mosquito Game and Alpharetta both finding picks of their own. Zangief has this whole bomb. I see trying to look for something, but not enough. Just going around and it's a bunch of bees taking them down. Delirium repelled.
Yep, good dry fight coming out there from Delirium. They just went in, tried to build up some ults. They did get some ults online. They have this minefield. They have this pulse bomb ready for next engage. They just have to be careful about Forefront's ults as well, because they do have the same ults as well as some extra support ults. So really, it's going to be up to Delirium here to try and set themselves in a position to be able to win it. And you see Mosquito Game trying to go for the pulse bomb in the back line. Misses, unfortunately. So that could be disastrous here for Forefront. But both supports now worried about that chance that they could get hit by a pulse bomb.
Here comes the field from File. Zangief has the pulse bomb. We're going to get taken down by Alpharetta thanks to that Discord orb. There's the Dragon Strike from Alpharetta again. Alpharetta has just been going wild with these Dragon Strikes, getting so much damage and charging up that ult so fast. Boosted, the minefield gonna go down. There's the Diva Bomb. 5 takedown boosted, and close now. A bunch of people find the pick on File, but with how close this fight is, it's looking more and more like another repulsion of Delirium.
Yeah, and I think Delirium's big thing is they were able to bait out some massive ults. Look at the side of Forefront. No support ults left. They switched over to this Roadhog now off of the ball. The only ults that they have to worry about are this Diva Bomb, the Dragon Strike, and the Pulse Bomb. This is a massive opportunity because they have the 2 big DPS ults that their team really relies on for success. So we'll see if Zangetsu and Mr. S are able to get these massive ults online, if they're able to get any sort of big picks with them, or if this is going to be a loss here for the side of Delirium. We might see a draw here on Volskaya. We could see a win. We'll see what happens as the push comes in here from Delirium. They're on the point, ready to win.
Poppy comes in and Mr. S has Hanzo, but it's immediately gone. Gets hit on the boosted though. That could be huge. There's the Diva Bomb from KFC Nuggets. Will it be anything? The Zen gonna go low, gonna get the health pack, keep themselves alive, and Mr. S, Peason doesn't go down quietly. There's the Transcendent, just trying to keep this push alive, trying to keep it any hope. Zangief, Lance, and Lane both go down. It's looking like we're gonna see a resurgence, a comeback of the one and only, the nickname, the moniker of Volskaya. Like Athena Parthenos, it seems that you cannot separate Volskaya from Drawskaya.
Really good hold there from Forefront, but this is worrying me because the last time that we saw a draw here on Volskaya from Forefront was in the first match of the entire season. Or never mind, that was not the first time. That was the only other time we've seen a draw in this series, which was up against Atomic, where they went to map 6. That's worrying me, making me think we're gonna go to map 8. And I don't want to go to map 8 tonight, but still, really good hold there from Forefront. They were able to withstand the pressure. They did a really good job making sure that any sort of advantage that Delirium tried to push forward, they just kept resisting it. And now, yes, you're still down in the fight, but you made it so now this map pick didn't give an advantage to Delirium. So you're going to head over to map 5. It will be a control map, and it is still Forefront's pick since they lost King's Row and drawn on Volskaya. They get this map pick. So we'll see what the move is here from the side of Forefront, what map they decide to go for between Lijiang and Busan. It's going to be challenging to see what they decide to go for the next map.
It is going to be challenging. And I mean, looking at oh gosh, I'm getting tired. I don't know about you. We have been going for about 4 hours at this point of streaming. And I don't know about you. I'm getting hungry. My roommate walked in with food. I can smell it, and I'm getting angry. I'm hungry.
Listen, I got food during the midway break between the two matches. I was able to get a sandwich in my system, and I had chips during the halftime, so I was able to keep myself surviving, and I was able to get myself fed because of all that food. Speaking of food, we're going to the place which has all the food in the world. With Lijiang Night Market existing, we're going to Lijiang Tower for our next map. That is the choice here for Forefront. They have decided to bring us to Lijiang, and that's going to be interesting because this is a Brawl map. It's a Brawl map, and we've seen how well they did on Brawl, but Delirium has showed they can play the Brawl too, so it's going to be interesting to see which of these two teams can get the advantage in this fight.
Yeah, so looking at what we have now, we just had Volskaya, and that was close. That was incredibly close. And like you said, that Brawl map it's an interesting choice considering we just came from King's Row. And sort of trying to, I guess, push in and show that they can really take it on Brawl maps. I don't know. It's gonna be an interesting sort of choice. And I'm interested to see where it goes.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting what they're going to be able to run here on this map. We're going to be seeing what the move is here from the enemy team. We're going to be seeing what the move is here from both teams, Delirium and Forefront. So we'll see what the choice is, what the move is going to be from both of these teams. I mean, it's definitely been an interesting series thus far, and right now we're heading into a map that could favor Forefront, considering how good we've seen them on Brawl, but it can also favor Delirium, because as we saw, Delirium can pull out that Brawl as well, so we're going to see which team gets the advantage here in this series, so it's gonna be interesting. We might actually have a little bit of a change here because might have a little bit of a change in the map order. We're not going to control map, unfortunately, because according to the rule set, we are supposed to be going back to an escort map instead of a control map. So unfortunate, but we're going to be swapping up. We're going to be going to an escort map, and they have chosen a map that I don't think is in the pool, but I have to check with the admins about that. Right now, it's all a mess because we're obviously trying to figure out the map order. So we're gonna figure it out here. K-Wing, try to help me out a little bit here.
All right, yeah. So I think we do have to say that right now the advantage is in the favor of Delirium. But personally, I almost don't feel like it because you've had such a long time between such a close map that really I didn't feel like either team took a lot of momentum from it. And then we went into a draw. So this momentum has been kind of completely reset. You don't have one team really stronger than the other, even though technically one team is up in the score. It doesn't really feel like it in the way of coming into this map, one team is riding a high and the other is trying to turn it around. It just kind of feels like something. It just feels like, even though there is one team trying to even it up right now on Junkertown.
Yep. We've gotten the map choice. It is Junkertown from the side of Forefront, which goes against what we thought we'd be seeing throughout this entire series. Usually, what we've been talking about, like how this team excels in Brawl. This is the exact opposite of a Brawl map. This is a wide open map where anything can happen. This is not Brawl in the slightest. So we'll see
which team takes advantage in this fight right now, and we'll see which team is able to make it work. Right now, on the side of Delirium, it looks like they're going to be running that pulled pork composition with the Tour of Hanzo. So, interesting sort of composition. Obviously, pulled pork can work. It is a really good map, and KFC Nuggets, I want you to shut up right now, please. I do not want to see that. I do not want to see that ever in my life. But yeah, speaking of KC Nuggies, his team is running the double shield with double sniper here on Junker Town. So we'll see which team gets the advantage. Obviously, Forefront looking for picks. Meanwhile, on the other side, for Delirium, they're looking for hooks. So we'll see which team gets the advantage. Oh, that could have been a massive pick-off.
That could have been close, but Mosquito comes in. There's a turret. Mosquito actually gets taken. Hanzo, not the same way exactly from Alpha Red is going to go down. Double sniper on. The immortality field has come out. They're really taken down quickly. And now Delirium are just pushing the members of Forefront away. And there's not much they can do. They're completely split in half. Mosquito goes in onto the Hanzo, but actually can find themselves in the crosshairs of the Mosquito game. Really close, and Alpha Reddit gets a double kill Stormhero. One onto the bat, one onto the Orisa. Turning it around here.
Yeah,
Oh,
what Forefront were able to do is they just pretty much made it so that they were looking in a sort of semicircle around the members of Delirium. Delirium tried to push up with that pulled pork composition, but then all of a sudden, the rest of Forefront were looking at them from two different angles. And that's how you beat spam. You just take multiple different angles against a spam composition to be able to get that advantage, and just like that, Delirium were in the disadvantage. Now Forefront are barely about to bring this into the final point. They just need this little percentage, but the test coming here for Delirium and already
Yeah, it's going to be trying to fire through that amplification matrix, but they're going to get taken down. Pieces will fall, but that's the cart going in to point B.
Yep, point B will be in favor of Forefront here, as they will be getting, they will start pushing this cart through the next area of the map. So we'll see what the move is here from Delirium. They're sticking on to this composition, so obviously they have faith in it. So we'll see what they decide to do here for the defense. They're not going to be able to set up in time for the enemy team to be waiting for them. They might just barely be able to, but they're one pick away from this entire defense failing. So we'll see what Delirium tries to do here. Obviously, this pulled pork is a very risky move, and but can it get things like that? File just goes on a flank and gets Alpha Reddit. There you go. You're already up one in the fight. Might be able to be up two. Yes, you will. File and your death certificate in the back line for the side of Forefront and Delirium.
File just drops in, comes in, gets another hook, comes in on that. I honestly can't see that flank without thinking of the old Pine highlight from NACC. That lives in a special place in my heart, and so if you do that, you got a special place in my heart. Good job, File.
Yeah, this pulled pork composition is very strange. You usually don't see a lot of Roadhog, but File making it work, just going on these strange angles where where Forefront doesn't expect him to be, and getting these massive picks. Now, of course, they see him, of course, because of that scouting error from Alpha Reddit, but still, really, Forefront need to try and find a way to make sure that they can avoid this hog so that he's not getting any of those picks. Now it looks like they're going to be coming up behind the... Oh no. And File's down the back line. File's down the back line, and he's down the
So many Dragon Strike kills! So many! There's 3 kills! All the ultra out, and in Delirium coming on top, still keeping 3 ults online.
Yeah, this is probably where Delirium is going to find their most success here on point 2. This is the most closed-in point of all of them here in this series. So obviously they're finding the most success with this point. They are able to make advantage of the fact that this point has the most closed-in area, has these short hallways that File can hide in to be able to get these flanks off, and has these avenues where File can just do that. Can just go into the back line, get a hook onto an important target, and shut them down immediately. This is how Delirium is going to try and win this with this sort of play in mind. And they've already canceled the flux.
To quote a famous meme, he can't keep getting away with it.
He really can't. He can't. He's gotten away with it so much. Boosted his switch over to a Roadhog of his own. He wants to play this game with File a little bit and see if Forefront can do the exact same thing that Delirium have been doing this entire time. We'll see if it works. Most likely, he's just going to try to get File out of that window. That's exactly.
Look at him. He's just looking at that window.
He knows he's there.
He sees it.
File knows he's there, so File's not gonna go until he knows Boosted is out of there. So File, in the sense, pretty much wins. So it's gonna be interesting. You do see that Delirium. They are gonna have to prepare for a push, and already, well, Mosquito is dead. Ouch.
Mosquito game goes down. Overwatch has this Dragon Strike coming up soon. Goes the window from a bunch of bees. Off of Reddit. Goes out the Dragon Strike. But there's the shot. Takes down a bunch of bees. Incredible play from Mr. S. Incredible. And Delirium, just the masters of the long hold.
Yeah, Delirium doing a great job on this hold. There's only a minute left here for the side of Forefront. They've switched over to the Sigma, the soldier coming out as well here from Mosquito game, because they just don't know what to do with this Roadhog in the backline who's constantly picking off your targets. And even when the Hog isn't picking off your targets, you're getting out-spammed. You're getting out-picked in every situation. It has just been a mess thus far for Forefront, and they don't have an answer yet. Delirium is just rolling right over them right now. But Delirium, they still can mess this up. Forefront might still be able to win this, but all for Red is very low. Oh, Mr. S is down, and File might die as well.
Done out of the heal as well. File is in trouble. The immortality heal comes out, and File is still somehow alive.
Why is he there?
Oh, Pieces is in there. That does not look good for them. Zangief actually gets taken down by Mosquito game using just pure unadulterated, and how they're so good.
I don't know what happened. Like, all of a sudden, you saw, like, several different angles that Forefront were trying to play. My guess is they were trying to out-spam the composition, but they didn't know where they were, and thus just, like, messed it up a little bit. Then the Molten Core came out, the Dragon came out, all the sort of plays came out, and then everyone who was on the cart just died, and they were done. That's it. That's all Forefront gets. 1 point and 56 meters here on Junkertown, and now they have to try and hold this team, which has been ridiculous. It is going to be really hard here for the enemy, for Forefront to try and hold this, but they have an opportunity. We already see Delirium. They are going straight for the pulled pork on their attack. This is most likely where they're going to be running. The enemy team looking like they're going to run this Shimada Brothers composition with a Diva Orisa, so it can work. Obviously, this provides a lot more like damage control. It can also allow you to dive into that backline where Donado has been very uncontested the entire time on the Zenyatta. So there is a potential here for Forefront to be able to exploit the situation at hand. But at the same time, Mr. S is showing the Genji as well. He might switch over to a Hanzo, but we'll see if that's the move here for the side of Delirium, as they're going to be coming out of the spawn gates with the Orisa Hog. They're showing that pulled pork again. Can they make it work again?
That's the question coming in as Incredible.
He's going on a big flank to the back line.
Already over on this side. I didn't even know you could do that. You're gonna dash right through that. Oh, that's like June Overwatch League stuff. That's some old, a little older play, but it worked for a reason. It still works now. Dashing into that halt can do so much damage in File. Takes some punishment. Able to heal himself up.
Yeah, really, Forefront are just trying to take the pressure here. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity. But Mosquito Game's dead, and now All for Red is dead, and now there's a Genji in your backline causing havoc. This could be disastrous.
And here comes just the. Now they're just gonna go for jugular Delirium. Just gonna go and push it all the way through. That is point A. 5.5 minutes on the clock. We have seen some good hold coming out on point B. This is gonna be hard. No doubt about it. But impossible? Never say never.
Yeah, it might look impossible if that happens. File finds a stagger onto Mosquito Game, who just came out of that close spawn Overrun over gets the trade on to Mr. S, but still, it's going to be hard for them to try and hold this. I question the Widowmaker move a lot because you have a Genji on the enemy side. The Genji is just going to dive into you, and unless you can hit a perfect, frame-perfect headshot onto the Genji when he's dashing into your face, you're dead. So it's going to be hard here for Forefront to try and withstand this, and already the cart is in that last push territory. You already see that, yep, Delirium are holding back. They just want to wait for the fight to disengage here. Their plan has to come soon. The Dragon being invested for Forefront, they want to try to end this fight, but they don't know if the fight is already over.
That's just not good. I mean, look at your ults now coming into this next fight. You have so many of them. You have the Blade, you have pretty much everything except for the Bongo and the Pivot coming up soon, but you lose your Zen.
They pick from all three.
Huge fire there, but still the pressure's in.
Oh, and now
Look at the mark.
dead.
The tables have turned, and it is now not Vile hanging out in the window, but it is all for Reddit.
Yeah, all for Reddit, being able to poke from the back line and be able to shut that push down for the side of Delirium. The good news is, Delirium did use the window, but on the enemy side, they used 2 ults. They no longer have the Valkyrie, and they no longer have this drum for the next fight. So in a way, Delirium have won that fight. Delirium technically have won that fight in the long run, but now they have to try and make a decision as to what their next advantage is going to be. Who's going to focus on all for Reddit here? My guess is it would be Mr. S. Probably pop the Dragon Blade into that area, or might just pop the Dragon Blade in general. Blade's gonna be coming out here soon.
Money's gonna touch the card.
They're on the, yeah, they almost don't touch the card, and here comes the Blade!
5 ults used. They are trying to win this, and it looks like they just might. 0.8 meters to go, and there's just no one left on the card. That is a quick steamroll, and Delirium take this next map, and now going in to championship point.
They go to championship point, and for everybody who just came in from Natter's raid earlier, now you know how to win an Overwatch. Have everybody press Q at the same time. So, great job there from Delirium. They just were patient. They were playing that game really well on the attack, on the defense. It was the file show. They were able to make it work, and now their championship point going into our 6th map, which will be another hybrid map. This could be big. This could be the moment Delirium finally has turned the table. Forefront looked good on map number 1, but since then, it's all been the Delirium show. They've been able to run these quirky strategies, run these, not even quirky, normal strategies in some points. Like, yes, pulled pork is quirky, but like Sim Junk on King's Row, not out of the ordinary. Now they're at match point. They could end up ending the series here with our final hybrid, with what could be our final hybrid map. Or Forefront could bring us to a map 7. Forefront could continue trying to get that comeback and maybe bring it back. But we'll see what the map choice is from Forefront. This map choice could be the decider. And they have chosen Blizzard World again. Another open map, K-Wing. We just saw what happened on Junkertown. Can it happen again on Blizzard World?
I'm not sure. It's going to be the question here for Forefront. They need to start winning here. And this is going to be a matter of, for both of these teams, can you go the distance? Because yeah, all of these teams have been to a map 6, but we are now here on map 6, and we could potentially go for two more maps after it. I don't know. We could go for a few more maps after this.
The most we could have if Blizzard World draws, we could have a map 9.
Gosh, please don't.
I'm sorry in advance
for bringing it up and manifesting it into this space. But
I mean, again, listen. The first match of the season for Forefront was a map 6 in a first to 3 series. I would not be surprised in the slightest if we end up going over map 7 here. So it's going to be interesting. We're going to see what the move is. We're not going to see that many differences coming out from both sides. Both of these teams look comfortable where they are. Right now, we're just waiting on people to come back from the bathroom. You know, it's been a long series. People need to pee, man.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, stay hydrated, y'all. I am so tired.
We're all tired. We've been at this for 4 hours, K-Wing, and we still have no end in sight yet. We do have a team at match point, at championship point, but that doesn't mean the match is over yet. It all depends on what happens here on Blizzard World. But it's going to be interesting. We've seen this sort of weird thing. Forefront, they chose a map where double shield could work, and it didn't. They got exploited by a pulled pork composition. So it's going to be hard for them to see if they're able to bring it back here. It's going to be very hard to see if Forefront can bring this back. They don't have the momentum pushing forward. And it's going to be really, really difficult for them. It's possible, but it's going to be hard to face off against Delirium.
Can I bring up what I saw in chat? There was a first-time chat from viewer, which is highlighted when you're in mod view, and it says, from Black Lightning Girl, it says, HP Bows looks like a young Mr. Bean, lol.
Listen, and people say I sound like Emong. So, not the first time I've heard me being compared to other people, but whatever floats your boat, I guess. So, but yeah, we're gonna be heading into this map very shortly. Again, we're waiting for people to come back, waiting for teams to get readied. It still is. Remember, it's match point right now. Delirium on the edge of winning the championship for the North American Community Championship, which would be a really well-deserved victory after they pretty much have been through everything. They haven't had a series where they've predominantly won, but then again, neither of these teams have had a series where they just immediately won. So we'll see what the move is from these teams, and it's going to be interesting to see what the move is and which team is going to be able to come out on top.
Absolutely. Right now, you're looking at the beginning of potentially a comeback for Forefront, because that is their only option. Their only option here is win or go home. And they'll go home, and they would go home with a silver medal, and the silver medal is completely respectable. If you got the chance to go for the gold, take it. Right now, like you said, both of these teams have been to a map 5 and even a map 6 situation. But really, I think, honestly, these teams are tired. I am tired. These teams are tired. It's late, and it is going to be, can Forefront bring their A game? And constantly, as we go into map 6. I can't count anymore. Map 6. It's going to be, that's the question. And I don't know what the answer is. And I don't know if we'll ever really know. Because if they win, did they bring their A game? I don't know. If they lose, did they bring their A game and it just wasn't enough? I don't know. And just looking to see if it's how Forefront is going to do on Blizzard World. And Blizzard World is such an interesting map. It's got a lot of high ground you can control. And it's definitely, I don't know, it's definitely a map you can run Brawl on, you can run the dive on. Kind of middle ground. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see which team takes the advantage of this, because both of these teams have looked really good on several different instances, but I feel like we're starting to see that shift to Delirium, especially with these open points. Remember how we saw them on Junkertown? Like, they were able to just kind of steamroll through Forefront. Forefront was able to take the advantage on Junkertown and be able to get the point, but Delirium did a really good job on their attack. They had that quirky flank with the Genji to be able to get in the back line, and they just were able to take advantage of it. And they were able to take that. Advantage. So we'll see what Delirium is able to do, how Forefront is going to be able to respond to it, and if we're going to be ending tonight on 6 maps, or if we're going to a map 7, as we are about to get into Blizzard World, our second hybrid map of the night, and also our last hybrid map, because after this, it's just a rotation of control and escorts for the rest of the series. So,
We'll see what the move is here from the Aces. Currently waiting. There is a little bit of a pause as we did have a sub out come on the wrong side. Live DC'd. Okay, live on the side of Delirium ended up DCing really quickly. Came back in immediately, thankfully. So no more problems, hopefully. So we're gonna be getting started here very soon on Blizzard World. And this could be the end of the series, or this could be the beginning of a comeback.
Absolutely. This is middle ground. This could be the end of the story for Forefront, or it could be just the beginning. Honestly, at this point, I could see this going either way, because still, you have two teams who are ready, and really, these teams are close. We talk about that King's Row, and I think we're gonna keep talking about that King's Row as long as we keep talking about this game. That King's Row could have been so different with 10 seconds. That is how close that King's Row was. That is how close this game is. The score does not do it justice. I know that is such a right thing to say, but it really doesn't at this point.
Attackers incoming.
Come out here with Delirium on the defense. They're going to be running this stock standard brawl composition. The other side currently having all for Reddit just scout out a little bit. Looks like they're going to be going for the Genji Doomfist. Okay. Very interesting strat coming out here from Forefronts. Me likey indeed. We'll see if it's able to take an advantage. No nano boost for this Genji, but it might just be there to be able to allow all players to get that engagement. And already a massive wall coming out from Mr. S to be able to deny any sort of pressure on the team. Already going to try to
Who's gonna go alone and get taken down the game as well. Going to fall in Zingitsu has gotten 2 picks and is looking and hungry for more as Delirium hold strong on this first point.
Yeah, they just have a lot of CC in their arsenal. With the Mei, with the Cassidy, they're able to try and shut out this Doomfist and Genji and make sure they can't get any of those values. You saw that big wall from Mr. S in the beginning, making sure that nobody could die to that, and really, it's just been the mechanical skill from Zangetsu bringing Delirium along the line alongside those CC abilities. So, if they're able to keep this up, then we could see a victory here for the side of Delirium, but they have to be able to play this to perfection. We'll see. It looks like Forefront might be able to get that first pick. Nope. Oh, the file's dead.
Isle goes down, and you lose that Reinhardt, especially so close to the Shatter, and you lose a lot of pressure and a lot of sustain. That 1600 HP shield is nothing to sneeze at, and Mosquito Game is ready and raring to go with that blade, throwing it out all over the place. Now back, but it is too little, too late. First point going to Forefront, and they're into the streets phase of Blizzard World.
Great engage over in Forefront. They were able to focus down File on that Reinhardt, got the first pick onto them, and that was pretty much the end of it for Delirium. They didn't have their sustainability tank. Now they have to try and reset here. They really have to hold this streets phase. And also, it's interesting that they're running this sort of hybrid dive style with KFC Nuggies on the Winston and boosted on the Reinhardt. So really, they have this sort of sustainable brawl style with boosted, but also the dive style with KFC Nuggies. They also have boosted just being able to charge in the backline and get solution and die.
And Peason will die as well. Marshall gets taken down, but you're still down a boosted. Zingitsu gonna get taken down as well, and somehow, without the Rhine, without the boosted to help them, they're still able to, the members of Forefront Esports, to keep this competitive and even go up and start to win this fight here. And that's just one incredible micro plays.
Yeah, the micro play is doing a really good job. It was really a combination of all the players being able to do their jobs perfectly. Alpha Reddit was able to dive in onto Zangetsu when he knew the flash wasn't there and just was able to pick him out. We will be seeing live switch over to the Roadhog, which Roadhog is the biggest bully to a Doomfist that you will ever encounter in your Overwatch games. So this could be really big here for the side of Delirium. That Shatter was
Shatter did miss here, but with the Doomfist, dunking on you. You really can't do much else, and Yitsu will fall to the Primal Rage. Peason goes down. That's a good thing for the contest, but with Marshall and your Lucio going down, not much you can do, not much you can say. 2 minutes, 2 points, and 4 minutes on the clock for Forefront.
Forefront doing a really good job with this composition. It's working to their favor. This might be the specialty that they've just been trying to wait for the perfect opportunity to use, and now they've finally found an opportunity. Something that Delirium are having trouble countering. This might be their chance to try and take the victory here. Now you see that they have this 4-minute time bank. They have ults in the bank. They might just be able to get that push in here. Might be able to use the dry blade to be able to try and force it out. See what the move is. They might try to push it in. Oh, but that's a massive shot from Boosted!
Boosted comes in with a massive double kill. Fire strike gets the charge in on the file. Also Reddit will get hooked, but it's just pennies compared to the kills coming in for Forefront Esports.
The big thing is Forefront Esports only use 2 ults. They use the Shatter and the Coalescence. They still have 3 massive ults for this next fight. They are looking to finish this map out with little to no contest. 3 minutes on the clock for them. It's all up to if Delirium can hold this out, and File's already alone there on the Roadhog. Just barely survives.
KFC Nuggets, that's big there. Also ready to go down without using the Meteor Strike. Picks coming in against Forefront are going to be huge here because they have that far respawn here. The point comes in and it looks like it'll be off. Stolen like a thief in the night. 4 tanks.
Peason was on the cart alone. File couldn't touch the cart on the Roadhog, and I think I would classify that as a C9 because no one was really there to touch the point. Yeah, pull out the sign. Pull out the sign. Because, yeah. It's,
Our cameras aren't on, so I'm just gonna shake the paper in front of my mic and you can...
Yep, there's a sign. There's a sign. The C9 sign. Yeah, but now that has gotta hurt for the side of Delirium. After doing so well for this entire series, now that happens in a situation that looked like it was winnable. You were not losing that fight too badly. You had people up. You had the ability to win that, and you step off the cart in the most crucial moment. And now you have to go back to the drawing board. Now you have to try and get a better attack than Forefront. So it's going to be even harder for them. It looks like Forefront are going to be sticking with their stock standard Brawl composition. The Ryan, Diva, May, Cassidy, Lucio, Baptiste. But on the other side, they might want to run this Symmetra here just to get some faster movement speed. So we'll see what the move is here from Delirium. They have to get a better time, or at least get a good time compared to Forefront, or else they're not going to be able to get a chance to attack here as well. So we'll see what happens. Forefront, they've shown that they can raise the bar here. They can get this sort of stuff done. So we'll see what the move is here from the side of Delirium. It looks like they're currently trying to scout out, try to figure out what's happening, and they run the stock standard Brawl themselves. So we'll see what the move is here from both teams. You do see there, Delirium's waiting for the perfect opportunity to just to step right on to Forefront's waiting for the right opportunity to step right onto Delirium, but they know they're there.
You know, found it out as Boosted going to do a little bit of parkour over to the side, throw out that fire strike. Also, Reddit goes low. He's gonna keep alive now. Brawling on the point. The first pick is onto his grass. There you go, Mosquito game. Marshall's Immortality Shield will come out and take him down first. Will soon fall after, but all the picks heading against Delirium. Saying going first, and now it is just the tank sitting there and going to eventually do a reset.
Yep, full reset here for Delirium. They knew that fight was lost, and already they've made a big swap. Here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. S back on the Junkrat. That increased damage. We saw it on King's Row. It worked on King's Row. It could work here. It depends on how well Mr. S can do on this Junkrat. How much value he's able to get on a map that's much more open compared to King's Row. But anything can happen. This Junkrat can work here. So we'll see if it does work and if it can bring Delirium a really good push here. Window used early here from the side of Marshall as they're trying to make their way to the point. Watch the backline though. He's stunned him out of Shatter.
Shatter! The Shatter gets stunned out. Senjutsu. Disgusting. Oh, just amazing. May gets trapped. There's the
Senjutsu!
Dead Eye. Zangetsu from Delirium pops in. It's high noon somewhere in the world, and wherever it is, Zangetsu is sitting there.
Definitely Zangetsu bringing it back with that 3K Deadeye. Amazing. Just amazing. I was able to set that up and get the victory there for the side of Delirium. Now Delirium will be able to start pushing this cart forward. But now it all depends. Can they be able to finish out this map? We will be seeing the Mosquito game now switch over to the Junkrat. They want to have this increased damage as well, so we'll see if it works into their favor. But Delirium might want to take the very close hold. Try very close hold here on the side of Delirium, and they're going to go back to that forefront right into Delirium's face. And already Mr. Down.
Their Z players are just putting so much pressure. Everyone's in private slide.
I don't think it's gonna be enough, though. I don't think it's gonna be enough.
I don't know. I mean, they have a close response here. Peason goes down. Peason goes down.
And now they don't have their main heals.
You don't have sustain. You don't have sustain, and you just can't stay alive. Boosted will fall. And that was huge. Oh, that's huge.
That Diva Bomb definitely did save it there, really, because if it weren't for that, then they wouldn't have been able to keep contesting, maybe not even be able to get that kill onto Peason. So really good job there from Live to be able to get that Diva Bomb and really bring it back for the enemy side. The Riptire is probably going to be easier for Mr. S early so that they're able to separate and maybe even force out that lamp here for the side of Forefront. Engage comes out. Both windows used at the exact same time. We'll see which team gets the better of the two. So here comes the tire from Mr. S.
Riptire coming in behind. Is he gonna get me?
Oh, Mosquito game!
4! Mosquito game might not have used it first, but Mosquito game used it best. Oh my gosh, look how excited he is. Camera shake.
Yeah, but he's definitely agreeing with you that he used it best. My goodness, Mosquito game out of nowhere just pops it. Oh no, and Boost is looking for the flank shatter. It depends on where. Nope, okay, it's probably not going to work as you see. Yeah,
he's getting outflanked here.
Yeah, pretty much they're going to be reversing roles here. So you're going to be seeing the attackers on the defensive side, and they've already picked up Peason. Boost is going to go for the shatter, however. He's still in the back line of the enemy team, but they see him.
Oh, that was so close. Good reaction there. The shatter file blocked by Boost. The shatter wouldn't block, but File wins out in the end, taking it over Boosted, and now it looks like Delirium are going to be able to keep pushing through as the stall will eventually fail. 3 minutes and 23 seconds they need to finish above a minute. If they need to finish before overtime. With time in the bank at all.
Yep, they just need to finish with time in the bank, so they have 3 minutes to try and finish this. If they go to overtime, then they cannot win this map. The only thing they can do is draw on it at worst. At best, they can draw. So we'll see what the move is here. All for Red is back on the Doofus and trapped by the Junkrat. Definitely shows that strength there. But File goes for that charge. He gets a bunch of bees. That's massive. This is where Forefront are gonna have to retreat.
The beetle come out. Commitment, but still the fight is won. So Boosted goes in a little bit late there, and if any of these players get picked out, that could be massive for Delirium. The charge comes in.
Oh, Marshall's dead
Early, a little too early for the Doom Fist. Marshall's dead. So is File. Alpharetta will go down, but it is a full-on reset now.
Yeah, good pick there from Alpharetta. It went straight in when the fight was pretty much even, and found the main support of Marshall. That ended the fight there for Delirium. Now they only have 2 minutes to try and push this. They do have ults coming out in the bank, though. They have also switched Zangetsu over onto this Reaper now. No more on the Cassidy, so might be a little bit different because now they don't have that CC to be able to shut down the Doomfist into the Genji, but we'll see if it works. Here comes the tire from Mr. S. It has to be big, and it gets Alpharetta.
It's Alpharetta. And Mr. S does get taken down, and there goes Marshall. No. Mosquito game has just been on top of his game when it comes to hunting down off of Reddit. A bunch of these going to get taken down after taking down their counterpart, but it's Delirium in the retreat.
Yeah, Delirium once again on the retreat, and they've actually switched up their comp even more. Mr. S is now on the Torbjorn. to try and counter this dive style that the enemy team is running into them. And this is the same style that got them this far, that got Forefront that far on the attack. So now they're going back to their basics, and here comes the play from Mosquito
So
Game.
many ults are coming out. Oh, the bomb gets Mosquito Game. There's the charge comes in. Mr. House goes down. File follows. But Zangetsu gets 2 with the Death Blossom. Not enough. Going to get hit by the fire strike and taken down. Boosted falls. It might be enough with these closer spawns coming in for the members of Forefront Esports. Running out of time now.
Yeah, Forefront don't have a lot of time. 45 seconds here for Delirium. They need to try and get this into the final area. File does have this Shatter, and he's back. Both support ults will be up for this fight. The Shatter and the support ults have to be big, or else it's going to be lost. And the hero's dead.
This is your Shatter.
The Shatter is a little bit big, though, and it's still possible.
The pick's going all in favor of Delirium now.
30 seconds.
For the members of Forefront Esports, they just need to hold for 30 seconds. It doesn't look like they'll be able to, though. All the picks are going in their favor immediately, and they'll finish out with 20 seconds. 1 minute for their attack, 3 minutes and 34 seconds. And for those of you who have joined us in the middle of the broadcast, if you think that 1 minute on the side of Delirium cannot bring huge results, go back to King's Row. I know, even for those of you who have watched this entire thing, think about King's Row. Remember that? Remember when we were doing that? I don't.
Yeah, but Kings, a minute can make all the difference. Absolutely. What happens in a minute could determine everything. And right now, it looks like Forefront want to make sure that minute doesn't get enough. They're switching over to a spam comp. They're playing the Ball Sigma Pharah Junkrat, a composition that requires you to be in all sorts of different angles. The ball goes in, distracts the enemy team, and then the Pharah and Junkrat just go in to whip off everybody. It has a high damage output, high spam output, and can destroy a Brawl comp, which is what the enemy team is running. They're running a sort of 6-man dive. They're running the Dallas 6-man, except with a Reinhardt instead of a Winston. So this is where stuff gets risky. This plan has to work from Forefront, and it might just because there's no hit scan on the enemy team. We'll have to see as the spawn doors open. This is Delirium's last chance to try and get any sort of push progress on this point. They might already see that they have a lot of competition to go up against with that Junkrat and Pharah.
They do. The Shadows looks like they were trying to switch. I'm interested to see what they switch to. Coming in now.
They're keeping on it. They're keeping on the echo.
They're keeping on it. Well, they're going to be going back to spawn one way or the other as Alpha Reddick drops in and gives them the old, how do you do? There goes Marshall. There goes File. There goes Zangetsu. And if there's any more picks, it's going to be massive, but it won't be. And they're going to need some last minute slots.
It will. File's gonna switch over to the Winston. Zangetsu onto this Cassidy once again. They have to try and make this work. If this doesn't, Zangetsu back on the Reaper. No more on the hit scan. This could be disastrous if they don't make it work properly. They have to try and touch this point. That File will be able to touch it on the Winston. And he's found Mosquito Game! That's massive! One of the big damage dealers is out!
That's huge. You lose that source of damage, and now the Mosquito Game gets revived, but boosted pieces. KFC Nuggets and everyone else are gone, and Delirium not ready to give it up yet. And the last time we saw this, Bowsy, the last time we saw this was King's Row.
We did. Last time we saw it was on King's Row. We'll see if it happens again. It was a good dive there from File to notice that the Junkrat was in that back right all alone. Nobody to help him, and just like that, able to pick him off, and then from there, the entire team just piled right onto the rest of, onto Delirium and let them get those kills. So Delirium now have the opportunity to try and push this cart. They have everybody there with them with this Dallas 6-man. They just have to play it perfectly and not be pressured out by these forces. Oh, that ball, if he rolls in at the perfect time, then that could be disastrous.
You have both DPS ults coming online at the exact same time. Mosquito Game going very, very low, barely staying alive. So many ults on his Forefront. They could put a stop to this right here. Here comes the Rift Tire. The beat comes out, the Nano, onto the far.
Touch the cart because of the tire! The tire scared him off the cart!
Oh my god.
Score.
What's that?
4 to 3. Switching sides.
It happened again, K-Wing. Delirium C9 again.
Initiating
The
match.
same map. In the same map.
Same map.
They all tried to avoid the tire from Mosquito Game, and they all stepped off the cart, not knowing where it was. And then the barrage came in from all for Reddit, probably to keep them off as well. That is disastrous. That is disastrous. And now 69 meters keep Forefront from winning this map and bringing us to a map 7. This could be the end. This could be the end of Delirium's winning streak. They could lose this map, and Forefront could bring them to a control map, which we saw how well Forefront did on a control map. And when your choices are Li Zhang and Busan, it's gonna be hard for them. Now Delirium have to try and make a hold. They're sticking to the Dallas 6-man. They're sticking onto this Dallas Fuel 6-man with the Reaper Echo. The enemy team looks like they're gonna be running that Genji Doom again. If it works, then we might be seeing Forefront win this point. It's gonna be difficult for them.
Oh boy. It'll be close. That is all that you can say. This is going to be close.
Yes.
That is, right now, this game has done nothing even close to this point in terms of how close it's gonna be. Mosquito Game already coming in. No way. Time was shut. Perfect. Oh, even Gordon Ramsay couldn't find anything wrong with that map. How incredible. I love that. And also Reddit actually gets the kill credit on that Diva reset, on Lives reset.
Yeah, this is looking rough here for Delirium. Now they gotta try to hold on this upper part and make sure that Forefront do not touch the do not push that cart over to that golden box of victory. This is rough because you see Forefront, they've been able to master this Genji Doom strategy. They finally have found a place where they can make this work, and they might have a chance to be able to bring this back. But you see Delirium, they're trying to push forward straight to the end.
There's the charge!
And they've already found Files.
Mosquito Game will go down, but you lost your Reinhardt. You lost the linchpin of this composition. The Winston's going to go in. You have lost your rallying point, and it is just all Forefront now. They're close to the coalescence. Here comes the meteor strike. KFC Nuggets going aggressive. Has the slam behind him. Has the Fist of Fury. And it looks like we are gonna be going. I want to try and make it dramatic here. We are gonna be going to another map. A map 8 at this point?
7. Map 7.
A map 7.
Map
Get it
7.
right.
Yeah. But it is going to be a map 7. We could be going all the way to a map 8 here. As this, we've already had a long night. Let's just make it worse. Honestly, there's that 4K tire that we missed. Mosquito Game. All of the enemy team was in that small room, and they were able to take advantage of that. That's not the only tire that Mosquito Game got the value out of. Because that zoning tire that caused the C9 on that final push, that had to hurt for Delirium. And I think those two C9s combined, I think have ruined their momentum. I think their momentum has been ruined. And now they have to choose a control map. With the only other map outside of Blizzard World they've lost has been a control map. Delirium are in trouble, K-Wing. They could lose this series after going up to match point just a map ago.
That's correct. I mean, I don't know what else to say at this point. I am stunned by how well Forefront have been playing so far. I don't know what else to say at this point. Really, Forefront have taken a beating. They've taken a licking, and they've kept on ticking. I don't know what else to say. They have been incredible.
Sorry, we looked at something in the chat. so we can see what they were deciding on. And Boosted said, if I see Boosts on, I request all of your addresses so I may slap you all personally. The good news is, we don't need to expose anybody's addresses here because we're going to Lijiang. That is the choice for Delirium, which obviously, I mean, bringing ourselves back here, K-Wing, that makes sense. Because remember, the last time we saw a lot of success coming out from Delirium, Sim Junkrat. What is the main hero that you have to play on Lijiang to find success?
Sim Junkrat.
Well, on Lijiang Control Center, yes, but Sim is the biggest hero you can get on Lijiang for success. Delirium have found a way to try and bring this back, hopefully. If they are able to run that Symmetra on all 3 points, they have an opportunity. But they have to win. We talked about this before when we talked about Quokka Queens. They have to win Lijiang Control Center, or else it's game over. Because Lijiang Control Center is the map that a Sim Junkrat can be used to the most. That is the only map where Sim Junkrat really works as a meta composition. So if they can't make Sim Junkrat work there, it is going to be challenging for them to try and win this map. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to see what the move is here from Forefront and Delirium. This is all on the line. Delirium still looking for that final map. Forefront looking to try and end it. Trying to continue it up to a map 8 and try to bring that reverse sweep into their hands. It's going to be challenging, but I think if any team's going to be able to do it, it's Forefront, the team that went to map 6 up against Atomic. But it's all going to depend on what these final 2 maps look like if they go to a second map. If.
That is an if. I think we've been really up on Forefront at this point. Talking about how they're so amazing, and they are. Do not take that as Forefront are not amazing. They are amazing. But we do have to know at this point that Delirium are still on tournament point. They are still... It is still completely possible for them to just win Lijiang and be done with this. We could be going to sleep after this map. That is it.
As K-Wing accidentally disconnects, hopefully I can read what he's going to be saying in lip sync. He didn't say anything, but yes, it could end after this as K-Wing comes back into the call. Welcome back, K-Wing. I'm sorry your Discord had to crash again.
This match has just gone the distance. It's crashed my Discord twice now. This is getting frustrating.
Yeah, this is starting to get annoying, but still, it's gonna be interesting to see as we're about to head into Lijiang. We're starting off with Lijiang Garden, which is the map where Brawl can not work. Let's say it that way. It cannot work on this map, but it's interesting to see. All teams are committing to Brawl. One side is committing to... Forefront are committing to that Shadow Dive style with the Reinhardt, while Delirium are going to run this Brawl with the Symmetra, TP through the window, meet Forefront right at the point, and have the sustainability with the Symmetra and Cassidy. So we'll see what team is able to get the advantage here. The team that's already on the point or the team that's going to be looking in. Boosted's already at 30% to his Shadow.
That is a huge pick there. The throwing that in is incredibly good. That's a big hack there for Mosquito Game, but also Reddit will get their life before it goes through. Piecing will go down as well. There's the counter charge, and it will be in the favor of Delirium, who will take this point first. All for Reddit for the switch now. Zara.
Yeah, all for Reddit on the Reaper got a little bit too over-aggressive there, and unfortunately end up dying to the hands of Bio there, I'm pretty sure, but still, or actually no, it was Mr. S, but still, Forefront, now they have to be on the outside looking in. They're switching up this composition to a ball composition, a dive comp with this Pharmacy in the sky, which might be a little bit troublesome considering you still have Mr. S on this Cassidy, so they might be in trouble here. Delirium might have expected this and had this Cassidy ready for that exact moment. But we'll see. The dive can come in from every sort of angle. Mr. S only has one flashbang ready for all of these people.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, especially going on the outside. You can put some pressure to that happen. Exactly that happens. Find the boob on the Lucio, and that is just exactly what you don't want happening. You lose a lot of that mobility. There goes Mr. S, and now this bar is able to reign free and roam just as they wish. Pushing in through this window, past the barrage, with wall comes out as well. There's the bomb. Many ults used here just to try and keep Delirium in this fight, in this game. There's the TP, and it looks like Delirium are just gonna keep it here.
Yeah, Delirium pretty much are just gonna be taking the point, but Forefront disengaged from that when they saw how many ults are being used. The Diva Bomb, the window, the photon barrier, and the Deadeye were used. So now they're down on the side of Delirium, but we're gonna see if they're able to try and get this barrage off from off of Reddit. Most likely it's gonna be an EMP barrage here. Mosquito Game is set up. Oh no! And he gets killed with the EMP!
They canceled out the EMP.
Oh no!
Just to turn this entire round, maybe this entire tournament on its head. Marshall's gonna go down to the barrage. Off of Reddit, Lucio, and now Peason will find that pick, and it will be
Peason!
You know what they say, you mess with the dogs, they get the block. Peason is going to their team secure this point 99-0 though.
Yeah, Peason did a good job getting those 2 kills on the Battle Mercy, and really, somehow, Forefront were able to just stall it out, continue pushing that, even though they lost the EMP. Well played by Forefront to be able to keep their mobility in that. And now you see, Mr. S is on the Widowmaker. They're trying to get rid of this Pharah as quickly as possible and get that push in, but it's going to be interesting. Now we have Mr. S switching over to his own Pharah, and Zangetsu now on the Sombra, so we'll see if it makes any sort of difference here. Almost lands that double direct. That could have been catastrophic for all for Reddit.
It could have been absolutely horrible.
Found the Ana. He found the Ana.
That's huge. That is huge there. The hack on the Doom is out. Now Mosquito Game loses them the ability to really go anywhere. Now we have a Pharah duel in the sky and a war on the ground. Dueling on the ground, on the sky, and everyone else on the ground. There's the barrage, all for Reddit. Going to get a few, but it is incredible. It is Mr. S coming in, taking out the Pharmacy on their lonesome, trying to stay alive there, but it won't be there alive for long. And it will be still Forefront Esports holding on.
Yeah, but that was a good fight for Forefront because they baited out some big ults, the Barrage especially. They really came into this fight with no ults, and now they're starting to build up all of their ult bank for this next engage. They just need to have one clean fight. This is their last fight territory here for Delirium to try and get into this. They need to try and bait out more ults from Forefront and be able to get more value with theirs. And Donero taking a very risky play onto Mosquito Game and that Soldier, just trying to eliminate that one threat to the Pharah. Not able to get it. Yeah, Mosquito Game's dead. Donero!
Live goes down.
Live's dead. It's all up in the air, but right now it's gonna be. It looks like Forefront just barely keeping this point, but it's only gonna be for a little bit.
It's got to be close right now. Here's the barrage coming in from Mr. F. Not gonna find anything. It's gonna be already taking him down. There's the EMP. It catches free. It catches everyone left on the point. There's just nothing else left. The Valkyrie used for Marshall, and it is going to be in a 100-99 game. It is going to be going up 1-0 now. It is going to be Delirium going up 1-0.
Delirium are now in the final stretch territory, and that was the best map that they could have won. That was literally the hardest map to play Brawl on, and here we are, where that Sim Junkrat reigns supreme. I talked about this map when we first came here, and here we are, Sim Junkrat map on Lijiang Control Center. If there is any point that Delirium have proven that they can win, it's here, because this is where they showed that Sim Junkrat. I've already seen that Sim Junkrat from King's Row, so we're gonna see if they're able to take advantage in this fight. They're gonna be running the Sig Reinhardt instead of the Diva Reinhardt to be able to get that extra shield pressure, but we'll see what the move is as they all meet up on the point.
They don't go through White Room, which is an interesting choice. Already, Mr. S has charged up 20-something% of that ultimate, going up incredibly fast. You're going to see all the pressure they're putting on with the help of the tank. Boosted going in aggressive as well. It nearly goes down, but it will be File going first. There goes the Lucio with the game live as well. Now, Delirium just doesn't have control of the high ground, but for how long? Just gonna come in with a reset, and all for Reddit will be able to equalize an ult.
Yeah, that's catastrophic there for Delirium. They took a very weird approach going to that main. Everyone took a weird approach going to the main. Obviously, you want to get that point control, but you need to win the fight first. So we'll see if Delirium is able to come back from this. So obviously, he's going to need to try and push it. But we'll see what the move is here. Looks like they want to go for this white room this time, but Vile gets trapped right through the stairs, and Overrated has this tire to shut down any sort of fight that they try to take.
Already, the immortality field has to come out. Marshall's immortality will be taken down very quickly, and it'll be live taken down immediately after. And even just with the one ult coming through, it is Forefront Esports taking an aggressive position right at the door.
Yeah, Forefront Esports are just able to do a lot more with this Diva right now than Delirium are able to do with this Sigma. So the Sigma switch looking like a weird composition switch, but we'll see what the plan is here for Delirium, as they do have this window coming out for Marshall and the tire coming out for Mr. S. This tire has to be big, and it's found boosted. That's as big as you can possibly get it.
That is what you want. Here comes off of Reddit. Can it be better? Go find Zangief and try out the beat from both teams actually. And no way, Mr. S finds the picks, and that'll be it for Delirium. They start taking up this point. A lot going for Forefront though.
Yeah, Forefront, they now have control at this point. They also have some ults in the bank that they can still use. No support ults, but they have both tank ults and this photon barrier for extra durability. So we'll see what the move is here. It looks like Forefront are going to be doing the TP bomb into the backline with this TP, and it looks like they're going to be making the engage off of that. But here comes the photon barrier from Zangief trying to keep everybody alive. A very weird angle though. Oh, but that's a shadow from Bio on the Mosquito game. That could be massive. It forces out the immortality field!
The bomb! KFC Nuggies finds a bomb right into the back line, and that is team kill sounding off.
Yeah, that Diva bomb was definitely fingered. So it's gonna be big. Here comes the flux now from Live. It's really tired. Yeah, Delirium trying to put back in. The tire from Overrated shut down, but the rest of the team is ready. Overrated!
No way! No way!
Oh
It's
no!
two, and they're just gonna push up to this spawn door. No one can touch the point.
No, someone's on the point. Zangief's on the point. Sombra. No, it's not Sombra. It's Live on the, or it's File. Someone is on the point. I don't know who. It looks like it might have been File. It was File on the ball. He was the only one to touch the point.
There's only one person able to touch the point, but it just might be prolonging the point, as it is just stalls coming in for Delirium, and that's it. 1-1. Forefront looking good on the Junkrat and on this brawl composition. Can they keep it up for not only another round, but another map after this?
It's going to be challenging, but this map is probably, Lijiang Night Market is probably the best place for Forefront to take this victory. It is still a brawl map. Brawl can still work here. And there's one hero. I'm wondering if Forefront are going to be switching onto it, but there's one hero that can definitely work on this point. Looks like they're going to be sticking with the Junkrat right now. Hope maybe, but we'll see. You might be able to see it if you look on the side of Delirium. No, they're switching over to the Reaper. Interesting. Forefront are going to be going for this upward damage with the Reaper Symmetra. Delirium are running the Symmetra Doomfist, which allows for a dive hero to just go in to be able to get that damage. It looks like Forefront are going to be the first people there. Oh.
Mr. S is going to, there's so much pressure right now on Forefront as they're just getting pushed out to the side, and this Lucio is going to be potentially deadly over there. He's going to be, oh, goodbye, says Stupid, and goodbye, says bunch of bees. As Forefront gonna take this first point.
Yeah, Forefront just had the TP faster. They had the engage faster. They were able to get over to that point faster. And you can see the ult percentage really reflects that. Mosquito game already has their photon barrier. Zangief nowhere close. So now you already see full sale swaps coming out here from the side of Delirium. Now they have the Pharmacy in the sky trying to rain down hell onto the enemy team. They have no hit scan to deal with it, so this could be a way to do it. But on the other side, they have this shelter of the Pagoda. So it could be disastrous. Here comes the push from the side of Forefront.
The Speed Game is just going to charge that team so much off of the Ryan shield.
Shatter.
The TC, the Shatter gets 2. There's the bomb. No shield to hide behind. Not find anything. It looks like no. File is going in, barely able to survive actually. Mr. S will go down to the Reaper, but will be falls soon after, and File is just no shield for me. And they will take this point with 50% for Forefront Esports.
Yeah, Delirium were able to really use the Pharah there to pressure out and do all the damage there for the enemy team. So much so that now All for Reddit has switched over to the Cassidy now to try and deal with this Pharah of Mr. S. And really, this Pharah is just there to pump in the damage, and then the rest of the team just follows up on it with Zangizu's beam. So we'll see if they're able to do it. And I already see Mr. S has found to pick up in the Mosquito game.
Going to try and throw in the barrage, but the Immortality can't make the barrage go through the defense matrix, but that'll do it.
Yep, that'll do it. That there was a Shatter coming out from Boosted. It did get live on the ground, but there was no follow-up, and also Boosted was stunned out of his charge, and this is going to be a stagger onto KFC Nuggies. Let's make it so now they have to wait for Nuggies to get back into this fight. But still, Delirium are playing this really well. They are pretty much having this Pharah play spam, trying to get all that sort of damage in the enemy team, and the rest of the team is playing Brawl, which, in a way, should be working because they don't have the speed boost. In a way, Forefront should have that advantage with the speed boost, but they don't. They're still getting out-damaged. They're still getting out-picked by Delirium because there's so much damage on the enemy side, and there's nothing that Delirium can do about it.
The Shatter! The Shatter
Got the speed out.
in. There's the counter charge. It looks like it might be good for Delirium. As we're getting into final fight territory for Forefront.
This is it, the last fight territory here for Forefront. They do have this Deadeye online. PSN gonna be switching over to the Mercy here, off that Baptiste, but this is their last chance, pretty much, to try and get anything done here. If they aren't able to finish out this map, then this is the end. Goodbye. Forefront will not be winning this, and they have to try and finish it out here. All for Reddit needs this Deadeye from All for Reddit has to be enormous, or else this is gonna be the end of Forefront's run here in the tournament.
Next comes in immediately. There's the barrage. Mr. S gets 2, will get taken down. Christian goes off the point, off the side, takes File with them, but it might not be enough. Only one person left on the point. Mercy comes in, tries to get the red. That could be massive, but All for Reddit only left, and Delirium
Victory.
come in and on a 7-map banger of a series, come in and Delirium,
Of the game.
the third place UGC Season 16, will be first place in the North American Community Championship.
A new champion has been crowned here at the North American Community Championship, and as you said, it is Delirium. What a run! They only lost the first match this season. They have been able to win every single match since then, and they brought it all the way through. Delirium showing that they had a reason to be in this tournament, and they take down Forefront Esports and deny them a chance at victory. Once again, an amazing run from Delirium and a really good run from Forefront Esports. They had a chance to bring it back, K-Wing. It was so close, but they just couldn't get it done at the last second. Delirium threw them one last curveball with that Pharah and brought it back. What an amazing job by Delirium. Congratulations to Delirium for winning the North American Community Championship. But now we have to choose, K-Wing, our finals player of the match from this. It was an amazing series altogether, but who do you think from Delirium deserves the title of player of the match?
From Delirium, it's definitely hard, but I think I'd have to go with Mr. S. I think that Mr. S had some clutch, incredibly clutch DPS plays, and was really the difference maker in a lot of these fights, coming in, especially in that last fight that we just saw. And honestly, it sounds sort of hackneyed, but if I could give it to everyone, I'd give it to everyone, because there's just so much of that is a team effort And Delirium did so incredibly well uh to go this far and to keep going and keep staying alive, even in the 7 map series, to persevere that well is a testament to this team and to the bonds that have formed between them. Incredible job, and I cannot wait to see more of them all around.
Yeah, great job by Delirium and great job by Mr. S for your player of the match. As much as I hate to do it, I also probably am going to give mine to Mr. S because Mr. S did really good throughout the entire series. Consistency is the name of the game, and Mr. S was really consistent throughout the entire match, being able to bring those back, bring a lot of fights back from the brink of defeat. They did really well all together on any hero they played, but it was just a really good match altogether, and I got to give my player of the match to Delirium's Mr. S. I apologize, I'm forgetting names here. It's been a long night. We're tired. It's been 6 hours of casting for us, or about 5 hours. 5 hours of casting, but it's been an amazing night, K-Wing, and we got to see a lot of great matches. Congratulations again to earlier in the show, Paradise Lost for winning the 3rd place medal, Forefront Esports for winning the 2nd place medal, and Delirium for winning the 1st place medal in the North American Community Championship. It has been an amazing show, an amazing 2 weeks of matches, and it all comes to an end today with the crowning of our champion. And that is it for us. We are done here. We've had an amazing cast. We've been through with Tranquility for the entire time. Special shout out to Alex Yoshi for helping bring this together, being able to collaborate with Overwatch Tranquility, Bad Pachimari League, UGC League, and Get Good North America to bring us the 8 best teams across all 4 of these tournaments. Bring them together under one roof and show who could be the true champion. Thank you again, Alex Yoshi, for everything, and that's it for us, really. For everyone here in the production booth, including K-Wing, my amazing co-caster, and Laggy Sun, our amazing producer, as well as the constant, talented, amazing casters and production we have seen this entire week from UGC to Bad Pachimari League. We thank you all for contributing to this, and we thank you all for watching. We hope you have an